Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
O'Reilly.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as ChatLivesMatter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. I am one half of the crew, Mr. Rick Robinson. She's the other half, Miss Daisy Linux. And good evening, ma'am. How are you? How are things?
I am fabulous.
It has been a glorious few days. It really has.
It has. There's only been a few hiccups.
Yeah, a few. I mean, I'm honestly surprised there haven't been more. But
The
the
ones that I'm seeing, I think, are easily fixed. Like, we can't have the president of the National Seed Oil Producers Association at the USDA. Nah, that's not Maha. I realized she worked for you before, son, but no. No, she's got to go. Sorry. And, this whole AI thing, okay. Shut up about my digital health record, because that's not happening. And no, we're not doing mRNA vaccines for cancer. mRNA vaccines likely could give you cancer. So let's just knock it off.
Well, I mean, let's face it. All the stuff they're talking about is decades down the road anyway. So
Is what?
a lot of the stuff they're talking about being able to do with that AI would be decades down the road anyway. So who knows?
Well, I know, but it's just like I want to hear the end of mRNA. They just used AI in a study to find out where those vaccines traveled in the body, and the answer is everywhere. So
I
the
know.
problem was not the spike protein. The problem is the technology, because your body is built to reject foreign proteins wherever they may deposit themselves. And the mRNA in those vaccines is a foreign protein. So let's stop considering injecting ourselves with foreign proteins and start working on things that might actually work, like my friends over in Scotland that I wrote about 3 years ago. Said, oh, here's this little molecule that cancer loves to eat, and we can give this to it to eat, and then it dies. Literally, your body cells don't eat it, but cancer cells do. And when the cancer cells do eat it, they die because they light up, and a doctor can go zap them almost individually under a C-arm and kill the tumor. Sounds like a wonderful thing to me. We're not injecting anything weird into our body. We're just going to make the tumor light up and go obliterate it. I know nobody makes any money, or not a lot of money, but still.
I mean, if you start treating a bunch of people, you might, though.
Well, the surgeons would make money. Just the drug companies wouldn't. Just the company that makes the little granules that makes the cancer cells light up. But I literally wrote about that 3 or 4 years ago, maybe even 5 at this point, and you don't hear anything else about it. You also heard about monoclonal antibodies having potential in cancer treatment and being used in cancer treatment, like rectal cancer, which is one of the most deadly cancer. And in a small trial of 12 people, 100% went into remission. That never happens. And then you heard nothing more about it. Without a doubt, monoclonal antibodies were the revolutionary thing that should have come out of this pandemic once they were used for that application, because they've been used in other applications previously. And we're giving them up for things that they can stick in your arm with a needle. And I'm like, no more needles in arms. Let's do things that actually work. They had an RSV monoclonal antibody that they could have given to premature babies, who are like the only group that are at risk from RSV, seriously, are critically ill children and the severely elderly. So you can give them this monoclonal antibody treatment through the first year of life. And it was having wonderful results, but they approved the RSV vaccine ahead of that. And now we have a bunch more miscarriages and fetal deaths. But who am I? Who am I to say that? I don't know. This whole like trend of injecting pregnant mothers needs to end.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
No, but I'm like listening to this dipshit from Oracle today, and I shouldn't call him a dipshit. He's a billionaire. But get out of the medical field, dude. Just get out of it. You leave that to Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, Marty McCary, Robert Kennedy. Just shut up. There's a reason President Trump put a moratorium on any new recommendations or regulations from the HHS departments until his people get in charge. And that's because they're corrupt AF. So why don't you let us clean up our situation here first, and then maybe you can start talking about that kind of stuff. Why don't you use AI to make pretty pictures and that kind of stuff, and just leave it out of medical research until we can get our arms around it? Thanks. And certainly leave it out of my health record. I don't need AI listening to me talk to my doctor. If my doctor wants to use my anonymized data to improve diagnosis, I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is having personalized data uploaded to that monster. Thank you. And nobody should be okay with that, because you do not want the people with a monopoly on violence having that information. Sorry.
You're not wrong.
All right, rant over, for real.
You've said
did
that.
love the announcement that they can't make any new recommendations or anything until his people are in charge, though. That was epic. Like, hush, just shh. Nothing from you people.
It reminds me of that line from, I don't even remember what movie it was. The one where it's like, this is what you're doing. This is what I want you to do. And he's like flapping his hand and then just stopping it. It's kind of what that reminded me of.
Yeah, no, but it's just like, hush, all of you. I know what you did to me last time, and I'm fixing you.
Yeah, Al's got a point. I think this is how a lot of folks look at it, unfortunately. Cancer has become a multi-billion-dollar industry. If they cure cancer, we would kill a major part of our economy.
Would we, though?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's their
That
take
would be
on it.
more people still alive to consume more things. I don't know.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to find. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if the whole Maha movement takes off and functional medicine goes where I think it's going, and places like Rebel Health Alliance do what I think they're going to do, as costs for some of the things that the testing and stuff that they're doing comes down, I think you're going to like have a major dent in the sick care industry anyway. I don't think Americans want to be sick. I think they've gotten trained to say, I have this symptom, give me a pill. If you have a doctor say you don't need a pill, you need to eat like this, or you need to do this, and people want to be healthy, and I believe most of them do, with the right information, they can be. Like, we know now that cholesterol really isn't the deal. It's your lipoproteins, and some people got a genetically bad lottery. But there's things you can do to improve it. You can change your gene expression through what you eat. It's actually kind of amazing. So if this ever gets wide, and it's getting wider because of people like Casey and Callie Means, and because of people like Dr. Mark Hyman and Marty Makary and all of these other people, then Americans will have a choice about how they choose to treat, and hopefully they will be proactive and find out, hey, my body's jacking out a little too much insulin. I need to figure out which foods spike my glucose and maybe avoid them. I'm going to get me a continuous glucose monitor, and maybe I can eat an apple, but I shouldn't have strawberries because it does funny things to my blood sugar. And not the same foods are going to do the same thing to Stacy's blood sugar as they do to Rick's. It's very individualized. So if we can come up with individualized health treatments based on actual data, we can keep people healthier, and we can get the like out of control rates of type 2 diabetes to go away, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
True enough.
But that information is just starting to get out there. I mean, Dr. Hyman wrote his first book on the blood glucose revolution in 2012. It's now 2025, and these things are just hitting the mainstream. So hopefully I've got a lot of hope. And stuffing a sock in the CDC and the NIH and the FDA for a little while makes me even more hopeful.
So I saw something else I hadn't heard yet, which made me smile a little bit. I guess Trump has finally decided who he's going to nominate for a Secret Service director. Did you hear about it?
No, who is it?
He is going to be. He's already appointed Sean Curran, the guy that shoved him down in Butler.
Oh, good for him. Did you actually hear the interview with that guy?
I have not. I've heard it existed, but every time I went to go look for it, I
don't know if it was an interview or if it was congressional testimony, but he basically said, I never heard anything in my ear. He said, I heard the first pop and I looked around. He said, I thought it was somebody with a poppet, and the folks in the audience would be taking it down. He said, I heard the second one and I'm looking around, can't figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, nothing is in my ear. He said the third one came and I just grabbed the president and pushed him to the ground.
Yeah. There were so many things that went wrong that day, and there's no way with the cascade of failures that were there that it probably wasn't intentional. I'm just saying.
I just think it's absolutely amazing. We know nothing about this kid, even still. I realize we're not allowed to know about the Kennedy assassination, but we all watched this on national TV, like, what, 4 months ago, 5 months ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I believed at the time, and I was very, very heartened to hear President Trump say it, that he was saved by God to do something. Even if it was just end the reign of terror of Joe Biden and the people who were running him that would have run Kamala Harris, even if it was just to stop that until we can all take a deep breath and figure out what the hell we're doing here. He's here for a purpose. I mean, you can't explain missing by a millimeter any other way.
Well, what makes this even more an idea to me that, this was God working something was because he's never used any type of display medium in any of his other rallies as far as that chart. Now, he's put stuff up on the screens, but he's never had like a physical prop in anything that I've been able to find. And even he said that I'd never done anything like that before. And for some reason, I wanted to show off those numbers. And it's a good thing that was there because I turned and that's when they started shooting. And if I hadn't turned, and I'm just like, oh. But no, I firmly agree.
I mean, we literally came within a millimeter of this being a completely different country.
Can you imagine?
Do you think something like that with the cover-up that followed couldn't have sparked a hot civil war? I don't know what to tell you, and I don't know where you've been living.
I mean, even if it didn't spark a hot civil war, it would have led to either Biden or Kamala being sworn in again, and it would have been the end of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And
I will say, not too many nations have been given a second chance, so we better take it seriously.
Well, so far, it kind of seems like a lot of people are at least trying to. I don't know how long it's going to hold.
My God. Did you see? You know who's not, though?
Who?
The legacy media.
Well, of course they're not. And they're not the legacy media anymore. They're the zombie media.
I know, but is there anybody who's a sentient being who is not a Rachel Maddow fanboy, okay, who honestly believes when Elon Musk says, I'm giving my heart to you, and makes a broad hand gesture that he was doing the Nazi salute?
No.
Like, just listening to Rachel Maddow on that makes me want to scream.
Well, listening to Rachel Maddow.
Who do you think you're talking to? And B, do you just ever get tired of lying your ass off?
No.
I mean, Elon Musk is like the most grateful immigrant in the country, okay? Are you like he used to be a darling of the left? Like, just what?
Well, let's not forget, once upon a time, Trump was a darling of the left, and now he's a Nazi too. So they're just using the same playbook.
Oh, I know, but it's like it doesn't work. Like, unless you live in Chevy Chase or take the Acela train, you don't believe this stuff.
I don't know. I'm kind of okay.
I know no one that believes this.
I'm kind of okay with them not learning their lessons, though, because now that streaming is starting to steal sports, TV, as we know it, is about to die anyway. So I'm kind of okay with that.
I know, but it's for whatever reason, these people still have some narrative setting capability. And I just...
For now,
like, just watching that whole thing with elected representatives and Rachel Maddow, and then that horrible, like, whoever let that Episcopal bishop speak,
Bishop Lesbo. Oh wait, sorry.
Whoever did not catch her getting up to the dais needs to be fired. I mean, her priors were clear. She'd been all over MSNBC and CNN calling him Hitler the first time. Like when the church that she stood at the lectern for, when they tried to burn it down, she blamed Trump for using tear gas to clear the square after dozens and dozens and dozens of Secret Service and Park Police were hurt, after the president had to be taken downstairs into a bunker. She blamed them for clearing the square. Peaceful protesters. Really? Are you freaking blind? I mean, she was all over TV because she's the Episcopal Bishop of Washington, D.C., right? And that is a church in her area of responsibility. So she was all over the TV blaming the whole thing on Trump. And yet somebody allowed her to slip through and speak at an event the day after his inauguration. Whoever let that happen needs to be fired today. We can't have things like that.
My favorite part was the reaction of JD Vance.
I know JD Vance is just looking at her like, what?
Because Trump tried to maintain his cool, and then eventually even he had enough. But Vance, is younger, blood's still running hotter, and dude was like, "What the fuck is this?" You could see it on his face.
Well, but not only that, I can't even remember exactly what she said, but she's like, "Please be kind to the gardeners and the people who pick our food," and just like everybody with brown skin is a part of the permanent underclass there to serve you more cheaply. Like, are you into indentured servitude, lady?
They all are. Listen to how they talk.
You want your cheap gardeners and your cheap nannies?
I mean, hell, all of them have been like, if now that we've started rounding up all the migrants, who's going to rebuild LA? I'm like, do you hear yourself? Why not just swap that out with, if we're going to start rounding up all the migrants, who's going to pick our cotton? Then you might actually figure out which side of this argument you're actually on.
Exactly my point. I'm like listening to it going, oh my God, she just said the quiet part out loud.
They all have been. That's why their stuff doesn't work anymore, because everybody's finally starting to see it. I will admit it's been a glorious conglomeration of events to get us there, and it took a bunch of township mayors and border state governors to say, fuck this shit. If you're not going to fix it, we're going to show you what we're dealing with. And they started shipping them everywhere. And now people in New York City and Chicago and everywhere else are like, oh, this is messed up. They're replacing us. And we're like, I'm pretty sure we've been trying to tell you that for 10 years. But you told me the replacement theory was racist. You figured it out finally. Welcome to the party.
Dear God, I was just like, and they're melting down because Tom Homan announced 308 criminal aliens have been apprehended. 308.
Number's too low. Keep going.
Criminal aliens, when we know there's 35,000 murderers in New York.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's like 3-day total so far. So they're not.
No. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just like, they're freaking out because criminal aliens have been apprehended.
I'm so glad we can call them aliens again. Although I'm sure Jeff is mad.
But they're criminals. If you're on the side of the criminal illegal alien, you're doing it wrong. Did you see who voted for the Lake and Riley Act?
I think I know what you're talking about, but go ahead and elucidate me.
Radical leftist Ruben Gallego of Arizona.
That's interesting.
He said he stands with the working class Hispanics in the border state of Arizona and has no problem with criminal aliens being deported. Do you know who shamed all of these Democrats into voting for it?
That I do know. I think. Pretty sure it was Uncle Festerman.
Yeah, it was.
There's a rumor that somebody's about to change parties. I think it's him because he's afraid he's going to lose if he runs as a Democrat.
No, I don't think so. I think he's going to go back to Pennsylvania and say, I'm the Democrat that works with Trump. I'm the Democrat that pushes other Democrats to do the common sense thing.
Yeah, I mean, he does have it in now, so that might work, especially since a lot of Pennsylvania.
I predict you will see Donald Trump meeting with John Fetterman soon.
I think they've already met. I think.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that, but
I'd have to look, but I think they've already met.
But I mean for a true sit down.
I think they may have already. Hang on. I'm looking because it's like in my brain pan somewhere. Yeah, he's already visited Mar-a-Lago, I think.
Oh, that's right. He did go to Mar-a-Lago. Yep. Now, the next thing that if Johnson has the stones that he needs, he's going to find about 10 red district Democrats and say, "Come here, we need to talk to you." Because Thune's already got the red state senators falling in line. Schumer's scared to death that they're going to lose in 2 years. That these red state folks are going to lose. I'm pretty sure John Ossoff is up, and I'm telling you right now, if Brian Kemp runs, Ossoff's going to lose. Brian Kemp is very popular in Georgia on both sides of the aisle.
Well, that's just it, Al. I don't really this time I haven't really heard anybody on our side being on the defense about this stuff. I mean, they're not punching back with it yet, but they're not like, well, I haven't. So I do agree they need to step it up and be like, well, I have another question for you, just like he just put in the chat. And I'm just going to read it. Honestly, the right should not act like they are on the defense over illegal aliens. We should be badgering Democrat leaders every day about why they demand to be accessories to a crime.
You had J.B. Pritzker, okay? Shrek. You had Shrek giving a news conference saying, "I don't want illegal criminals in my state. Who would want them in their state?" J.B. Pritzker, who has presidential designs. He's out there insulting the mayor of Chicago for saying he won't comply with ICE. And he's out there as the governor. "I don't want these people in my state."
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. You think 2-ton Tony's going to win that or what?
I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean, the mayor of Chicago is a bigger disaster than the last mayor of Chicago.
This is true. But the good news
I know lifelong Democrats in Chicago that are like, no more, no more, no more.
No, that's what I was about to say. A lot of the rank and file in Chicago are waking up.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I think there has been a broader paradigm shift than any of us realize. And to make my point, I submit Donald Trump's newest approval ratings, which are currently sitting at 56%.
Yeah, but when you actually poll on the policies, like the removal of illegal alien scores at 66.
Oh, I know. That's what's driving the average up is 60%, 66% approval on the removal of aliens. But I'm just saying, in 2017, he started with a 47% approval rating.
Oh, no. I know. But like his policies get a higher approval rating than he does, like personally.
Well, that's because nobody wants to.
But imagine, like, because I don't hear anybody except some really angry feminists who do own cats and are single that are still like over the top crazy, like hate towards Vance. I mean, he has been everywhere talking to everyone, and he is so likable and such good communication skills that I'm looking at him and I'm going, I think he's a shoo-in for 2028. Like, unless he really screws something up, I think it's done.
Yeah, I just...
Did I see it right during the inauguration? And this is just my stuff. First of all, I'm not all there on Melania's hat.
Yeah.
I saw what James Wood said, and I kind of agreed with that one. V for Vendetta. They went through her underwear drawer. Now she's coming for you. She kind of looked like the mob boss wife.
I did see that, and other people were calling her Dark Carmen Sandiego, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was classy, but the brim could have been a little smaller, so her husband could have actually kissed her cheek.
Yeah, but he kind of knew that going in and still tried to do it anyway. I think.
I know, but it was just like the brim was just a little too much. You couldn't see her eyes, and she has such beautiful eyes, you know? But anyways, I thought that was a little strange. But the other thing I noticed is JD Vance as tall as Donald Trump?
I don't think I didn't
Because it
have
sure
I
looked
didn't
when they
know
were standing on the stage together like they were the same height.
MD was calling her Alice Capone.
Yeah, exactly. It was like she was the mob boss wife. That's what it was. Whereas Usha Vance was very like Jackie O. I mean, she looked beautiful. And the baby girl with the 3 band-aids on her finger, that is just so you lived with a toddler long enough to know there's always band-aids somewhere on them. So I thought that was too cute. But yeah, but they were standing next to each other on the stage, and I swear, I mean, Trump is like 6'4". He's not short. I mean, he's a tall guy, and I swear to God, he and Vance were like shoulder to shoulder.
Hang on, I can find out. I don't actually know how tall Vance is off the top of my head, and I've never really
They
paid.
said he's 6'2", but when he's standing next to Trump, they look the same height. Like Mike Johnson looks like their baby brother. He doesn't even come up to JD's shoulder.
Oh, yeah. Sadly, Mike Johnson sometimes reminds me of the little dog in the Spike cartoons. Where are we going, Spike? What are we doing, Spike? Because he's always tagging along.
I'm like, I don't know if I can't drop a picture and restream, can I?
Actually, you can share it to your screen. I can show you how.
I'll give it to you and you can share it to your screen, because now I want to know if Jeff thinks that that JD Vance is an alien, because look at his ears. Oh dear. I'm an awful, awful person.
Yeah, well, we already knew that.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, he and Trump look the same height. I think they're underestimating him. Because they're saying he's 6'2" and Trump is 6'4". Maybe Trump shrunk. But Byron Donalds is taller than Trump.
Yeah, they do look to be about the same height. Hang on, I'll put this on the screen.
But now look at JD Vance's ear. It looks a little pointed. He might be an alien.
Live long and prosper.
He might have an Eddie Munster ear going on there.
I think that's just actually shadow from the camera angle, but it's still
No, it's you can see the fold of the cartilage. It's up there and it's pointed.
Yeah, whatever.
And Tucker Carlson looks like an absolute nerd. But doesn't Byron Donalds look taller than President Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a weird.
I mean, this is like the Republican side is full of these like tall men, masculine, and you look over on the Democrat side on the stage, and it's freaking Joe Biden, who's probably got a load in his pants. Doug Emhoff, who, whatever. And what's his name from freaking Minnesota? I just lost it. Waltz. That's how impressive he was. I forgot his freaking name. He also ran.
Yeah, the funny thing about that is, like you said, you look at our side and it looks like a bunch of linebackers and shit. You go over to that side and all you have running through your head is, did I do that?
I do that. Yeah. But take a close look, like pull up that photo in your DM and you look and you tell me that the crease in JD Vance's ear is not pointed. That's like a little alien. I think we need to consult Jeff.
Jeff's not in the chat. I'll ask him later.
No, I know, but somebody needs to show that to Jeff and ask him if he's an alien.
He wouldn't tell me anyway. He'll be like, I can't tell you that. It's sworn to secrecy. Which is enough of it.
No, we need to know.
Which is enough of an answer in and of itself.
We need to know. This is important stuff.
All right, so I do have another video I want to play real quick. It's short. Hang on. I just realized I'm on the wrong screen.
Is it going to make me mad?
No, it actually should probably make you smile a little bit.
Okay.
In an oh my God, what the hell's going on kind of way. So in wokeness, notice this. Apparently, during a discussion about the executive orders, something really weird was going on with Adam Schiff's face.
Some of his other actions, weakening California water and air quality standards, drill baby drill, this idea that we are going to just do more oil drilling, the attacks on the incentives for electric cars, That's not going to reduce prices either. It's just going to mean we have dirtier air, we have more terrible fires, more flooding.
I didn't see it. Everybody was saying there was like some weird moment with his face, but I didn't see it.
No, it's up above his eyebrow. He's got some kind of patch there, like he had a skin cancer removed or something.
Oh, yeah, that's what they were talking about. I thought it was like some sort of weird thing where like his face shimmered or something. They're like, he's a lizard person. Oh my god! I thought. It was
I'm not saying he's not a lizard person. I mean, I don't know. I have never seen anyone else, and I do mean anyone else, who is as comfortable just telling a bald-faced lie as Adam Schiff.
Oh, you got your answer from Jeff. I guess he was in the chat after all. All he said was, "We are taking over America." So I think you still got the answer to your question.
That is a pointed ear, isn't it, Jeff? All right. So he was lurking, just like an alien.
Yeah, you know, they rarely make their presence known until they're ready to probe.
Did you hear President Trump? Like, when he said, somebody asked me, who are more ruthless, real estate developers or politicians? And he said, prior to coming to Washington, D.C., he said, I would have said real estate developers. But then I came to D.C. and I got exposed to people like the horrible, terrible, lying Adam Schiff. And now I think it's probably politicians.
Yes, I heard that. Oh,
no, he called him a scumbag.
Yeah, it was scumbag. That's what it was.
Scumbag. That's what it was. I mean, I've just never seen anybody who was just so comfortable lying. I mean, he literally used to go on CNN once a day. It's coming. The hammer's about to drop. Da-da-da. I've seen it in the skiff. Really? What did you see? Because nobody else saw it. like, dude, people are like holding on, waiting with bated breath for you to drop whatever you're going to drop, and it's nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
And I'm 100% okay with all the January 6th pardons.
Me too.
Biden pardoned child rapists and cop killers and FBI agent killers, and yeah.
And his entire family.
I don't hear another thing about it. And no cops died on January 6th. Stop saying that. The only person that died on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt. Officer Sicknick died on the 7th.
Of natural causes.
Of natural causes, according to the ME. And all of you people who are getting yourself up in a lather about people who assaulted cops, okay, they've been in jail for like 4 years now. How many other people who assault cops end up in jail for 4 years? Can we have a national average on that? Because I don't think very many.
Well, that's just it. It wasn't just the fact that they were in jail. Most of these people were in jail in solitary confinement for 4 years. I mean, if anybody wants to start talking about cruel and unusual punishment, I'm pretty sure getting thrown in solitary for 4 years might qualify.
But then I want to know how many of the Antifa members at the Portland courthouse went to jail for blinding officers with lasers.
Probably none.
I want to know who went to jail for killing the retired cop who was protecting his friend's pawn shop, whose name just escaped me.
As far as I know, none.
Who went to jail for throwing Molotov cocktails into police cars? They were two young attorneys. They got probation. Who went to jail from Lafayette Square and was convicted and sentenced for the dozens and dozens and dozens of Park Police and Secret Service who were hurt in the riots that happened there? The answer is none. And how many people went to jail for lighting the entire country on fire in 2020? I mean, they made a hero out of the rapist in Kenosha. Like, I just don't want to hear anything from them. Biden pardoned his entire family. He pardoned Anthony Fauci.
I don't
from
think he pardoned.
2014 on.
I don't think he pardoned Anthony Fauci far enough back though, because people are now starting to dig prior to 2014 just to see what they can find.
Yeah, I know, but the whole thing is everything Rand Paul said was true about him funding gain of function research and therefore lying to Congress. And now Rand Paul's going to have to drag him back and make him lie again so that we can prosecute him. At minimum, I want that man to go down as the man who enabled the COVID pandemic through funding very dangerous research in a very insecure lab in Wuhan, China.
Oh, I mean, I think we're finally going to at least get some of the answers because I heard today that Congress is still going to keep digging into the J6 stuff, even though they've all been pardoned. So we'll see.
Well, all it tells me is if you accept that pardon, you're guilty of something.
Well, according to the Supreme Court, there's only been, I think, 2 cases of preemptive pardons before now. And in each case, they have said in order for once you sign that, even though it's a preemptive pardon, you're basically admitting your guilt that you have done something that is covered
Right,
within.
but those preemptive pardons, like for Richard Nixon, it was for a very specific period of time and set of behaviors.
Oh, I know.
These are blanket pardons for a decade.
Oh, yeah, and I'm pretty sure if they ever actually get challenged, they're probably not.
I want every single one of them challenged, especially for Fauci and the Biden crime family. Somebody said to me, oh my God, did you know that Trump and Melania put out NFTs the day before the election and people say they'll raise billions of dollars? I said, so supporters of theirs who want to share in the joy of the re-election are going to pay for these NFTs of their images. Okay, that seems like the free market at work. Can you explain to me how that's worse than sending your drug-addled kid all over the world to pick up bags of cash from foreign dictators? Like, don't talk to me about NFTs when we got Hunter Biden huffing lines of crack and, Parmesan cheese and going over and collecting bags of cash from CCP affiliated people. Let's just not have that conversation.
I just saw something I missed because I was on the air when this came out. Marco Rubio was on the way to Panama.
Oh, good.
Doug Powers just quoted it as like, go take our canal back. And if they give you any shit, threaten to take Casco Viejo too. Oh, I swear.
Maybe
Dude,
Canada's really going to be the 51st state.
They're not wasting any time. And it's kind
No,
of.
Mexico is very upset about the Gulf of America.
I don't give a shit.
I don't either.
Mexico has.
I just caught a little of Beck this morning, and he's talking about the designation of the cartels as criminal or as foreign terror organizations. He's like, I imagine we're going to see some smoke signals coming up from south of the border.
Oh, I'm sure we are.
He looks at him and goes, really? You think that's going to happen? Oh, soon. I'm like, all right, then. I don't know. Like,
I mean, dude, it's Mexico's fault. They allowed themselves to be taken over.
I know. Well, it's like, we're going to take care of the problem because you won't.
We should have done this a long ass time ago. I'm just glad we're finally doing it because late is better.
Did you hear the announcement from the head of the Coast Guard today?
The new head of the Coast Guard or the one that just got
the new one.
I hadn't heard anything about the new one yet. I knew
Coast Guard will be participating in securing America's border.
Good. Should have always been a thing.
They are already deploying south.
Good. Should have always and already been a thing.
I don't understand why our military is okay protecting other people's borders, but we can't protect our own.
I thought that was weird to me because I understand, the military is not really supposed to be able to do anything other than training exercises within our actual borders. But we're not talking about within our borders. We're talking about on our border.
Protecting our border. Like, so you're telling me if China came from the south and invaded, our military couldn't go stand on the border?
According to the leftist morons, apparently that's their train of thought. I never have.
Yeah, no, I'm not all there with that. Like some of our military is actually called the National Guard.
Yeah, it's
They're
kind of the whole
supposed to
point.
be protecting the nation.
I thought that was the whole point. What I
Yeah,
find
me too.
interesting is after all of the mess with the National Guard under the Biden administration, a lot of states are spinning up private militias again. I find that interesting.
Well,
Like actual like Oklahoma's doing it. We're forming an Oklahoma militia, or at least we're trying to. And some of the Democratic members of our house here, are like, what happens if you're putting together an army to maybe fight the army? And I'm kind of like, isn't that the point? I thought that was the whole point of the Second Amendment. Pretty sure that was the whole reason that was put in there. Just saying. But I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's been an interesting few days. One of the funniest things I saw, and I couldn't articulate it as well, because after Monday, I started working at 9 a.m. on Monday. I wasn't done until 2 a.m. Tuesday morning, and then I got up and started again. Tuesday night, I saw Mary Catherine Ham hanging out on Brett Baer's show on Fox News, and she was like, I think I honestly kind of forgot the speed of Donald Trump. She's like, after the last 4 years, it's like going from Droopy Dog to Sonic the Hedgehog. And I was like, that is probably the most...
I mean, even Trump's first term was not like this. They are uber prepared. I mean, did you read that DEI executive order?
Oh yes, DEI is
that was prepared beautifully. And the message is, oh, we're not doing it in here. And if you work with us, we don't want you doing it out there. And if you're a company that wants to work with this administration, knock it the fuck off.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. It
was gorgeous.
I actually had Brock out.
And the one that started the fight on the 14th Amendment, beautifully crafted.
Yeah.
Jonathan Turley was like, well, this has to go to SCOTUS now.
Which is lovely because
no other nation on earth does that. None. Not one.
And I honestly don't think it's going to hold up to the modern interpretation when it goes to SCOTUS, because I don't think that's how they meant it. And a lot of other constitutional scholars have said that over the years too. Mm-hmm. So I expect it to go to SCOTUS, and I think a lot of liberals are going to be pissed when they're done. But yeah, the whole thing, what I love is all the liberals melting down about, you can't erase the 14th Amendment with a pen. You can't enact the 21st Amendment with a tweet either, but you were happy that your guy tried.
Like, we're not erasing the 14th Amendment. We're clarifying it.
Yeah, now everybody's like
we literally have birth tourism.
Which is nuts.
Women come over on visas, having booked a maternity suite to have a baby so it can be a citizen here. That's insane. The 14th Amendment was not meant to do that. So there needs to be some serious clarification as to who is under the jurisdiction of these United States. And the other thing I have to wonder is if it is determined people here on visas and who cross the border illegally are not under the jurisdiction of these United States, do they have the right to a trial on a court hearing on asylum?
I mean, I wouldn't think so. If they're not subject to our jurisdictions, that means they're not subject to any of our protections either.
Yeah. Like, I've never understood why we do all that. No, I'm sorry, we caught you trying to cross the border illegally. Bye-bye.
No other country on the planet does that either, except for maybe Europe. Well, I guess the entirety of Europe does that now, but even they're like, we fucked up, and now they don't know how to undo it. What?
Oh. There's an exclusive report saying Kamala and Doug Emhoff's marriage may be in turmoil.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The Obamas are on the rocks, too, so I think Trump did more than just demolish the Democratic Party.
As she weighs her political future, maybe a 2026 run for governor of California or another try for the nation's top job 2 years later, she has to consider whether Emhoff is an asset or a liability. One source exclusively told DailyMail.com there's plenty of blame to go around as far as Kamala is concerned, and Doug has his share. Doug did Kamala no favors during the election. Frankly, he looked like a hypocritical ass after the bombshells that he got his child's nanny pregnant while he was married to his first wife and assaulted his ex-girlfriend on the heels of his I Am a Woman crusade.
Told you she didn't know.
I didn't think she knew about that, and I'm not sure she knew he was Jewish. So
It's your fault. You're a Jew.
well, that's why she couldn't take Josh Shapiro.
Dude, did you see Rubio's, little talk that he gave yesterday? I thought it was hilarious because at one point he starts giving this whole and I'm fluent enough in Spanish that I knew most of what he was trying to say. So he gives this whole heartfelt thank you to Donald Trump. Then he turns back to all the crackers behind him and just says, "I just told him I saved a bunch of money by changing to Geico on my car insurance." I just thought it was hilarious. I was like, I don't know when political figures decided it was okay to be funny again, but I'm enjoying some of this.
I don't know. So you think the Obamas are done too?
Oh yeah, there's been rumors ever since she didn't show up for the Carter funeral that there was some sort of an issue, and then everybody kind of understood why she didn't show up for the inaugural, of course. But Obama being there after he said he wouldn't be, I thought was kind of weird. And then apparently there's been rumor mill brewing for forever that Barack and Jennifer Aniston are a thing, which I find absolutely disgusting. But
She's denied it. She says, "I've only met him once."
yeah, apparently other people are refuting her accusations. So either way, Michelle's pissed over all of it, or as I call him now.
I gotta believe that Jennifer Aniston has better taste than that.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. So I guess John Brennan is another one that's whining that he lost his security clearance.
Oh, too bad, Johnny.
Probably shouldn't have signed off on that bullshit letter. Oh, and then I saw that somebody, I think it was Bear, that called one of them on the carpet and was like, "Now you plainly said this had the earmarks of Russian disinformation." He said, "Yes, exactly. That's what I said. It had the earmarks of Russian disinformation." He said, "But then you plainly saw the former president during the 2020 debate stated as fact in the 2020 debate. Why didn't you say anything?" Because I'll let the president speak for himself. In other words, you got caught with your dick in your zipper, you asshole. Ugh.
No, that whole thing was coordinated by the Secretary of State.
Oh, I know.
You got the job. Like, we all know what happened now. So no, goodbye. You don't get a cushy job because you have a security clearance.
So you've heard about everybody on the left talking about how the world is laughing at us again and yada yada yada. Apparently,
I don't think they are.
According to a story from PJ Media, the exact opposite is actually happening. Most of the world leaders appear to be relieved, excited, and actually taking a bit of a breath of relief that president has won.
How many of them came to the frickin' inauguration?
A lot of them.
Exactly. I don't think that the media in this country understands because they don't pay any attention to it. You're going to have a right-wing government in Germany. You're going to have a right-wing government in France. Like, this is not solely an American trend.
Nope. It's happening everywhere.
It's happening everywhere. You already have Meloni in Italy. You have Javier Milei, who has gotten his country into the black by doing exactly what Elon Musk wants to do. So, you got Bukele down in El Salvador. Like, hopefully we're going to have Bolsonaro again in Brazil. I mean, this is not solely like the nation state is reasserting itself. And I think you'll find nation states that have interests together cooperating with one another, but we're all going to fall in line with the UN, and we're all going to fall in line with the World Health Organization. We're all going to fall in line with these idiots at WEF and like kill our own energy supply so China can dominate. No, we're just not doing that anymore.
As well, we shouldn't be.
No, we shouldn't. And I'm hoping that, the awakening here in America, drill baby drill, is going to start waking up some people in Europe. I mean, I truly believe, mark my words, Nigel Farage could be Prime Minister of the UK if he wants to be.
I'm kind of okay with it.
I think it would be wonderful. I mean, the Conservative Party over there is not conservative anymore.
Well, I mean, for the longest time, the Conservative Party over here wasn't conservative anymore.
Oh, I know. But I mean, Nigel Farage could ride the same kind of populist wave that, brought Donald Trump. I mean, Nigel Farage has common sense. His policies are middle of the road, and they speak to people in the cities as well as in the rural areas. And I think, he could certainly beat Starmer, who's in there now. And I don't think there's a conservative member that could come up and beat him.
Okay, Jeff has me dying. I just put it on the screen. He's like, if we can do catch-all pardons for crimes that may be committed, can we offer a catch-all pardon for someone to take care of the gnome? There's something I had thought of before. You go take care of this problem, and I'll make sure you get pardoned. That's a dark thought, but funny at the same time. I'm just saying.
Who's the gnome?
I'm pretty sure he meant Fauci.
Oh, the mendacious midget?
Yep. Cool. Or as I call him, the leprechaun of the Potomac.
No, he's not lucky.
Leprechauns aren't lucky, they're evil.
Excuse me. Lucky the leprechaun. Stop.
Yeah, no, it's a misnomer. Look at Irish lore. Leprechauns are not lucky, they're evil.
They are magically delicious, Rick. Stop.
That's the cereal, not the actual leprechaun. And I don't want to know how you know a leprechaun is magically delicious. That just seems gross.
No, Lucky Charms are magically delicious.
Where can folks find you, ma'am? We're out of time.
Oh, they can mostly find me, like, just shaking my head.
Interesting.
They can find me on Twitter, @ScottsFire. Been there for a while. And sometimes I say things that are interesting.
You say things that are interesting a lot.
Yeah.
All right, folks, that's going to do it for this one. Myself and Ordnance Packet are coming up right here on the same feed in just a second. You guys know where to find me by now, so I am not going to go through all of that. I may towards the end of the night because I'll be working for a while anyway. So we're getting out of here, folks. We'll see you next week. I'll see you in about 5. I'm not going anywhere. Like I said, I have no life. I live here. Bye, everybody.
To be whatever I choose, and I'll sing the blues if I want. Whatever I like, if it's wrong or right, it's alright. Always seems to me you only see what people.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRN Radio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at klrnradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
Yeah. An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow.
It's been an actual nightmare.
To oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis. Now streaming on Freevee.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
O'Reilly. This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. We are the closing act for the KLRN side of things, but we'll still have approximately 5 more hours of content when we're done here because I'm insane. Depending on how long the other shows are. Lately, since he's gone to evenings, Mr. Sean is usually doing about 2 hours, and then BZ has about 2, and then Behind Enemy Lines may either run when they're done, or I may just run it tomorrow because that puts me working until about 1 in the morning, possibly 2 if I run BEL. So I may do that one tomorrow. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But anyway, we're here. We're live. I'm one half of the crew, Mr. Rick Robinson. He's the other half. Everybody's favorite Amish attorney, who's so good of an Amish attorney that he's been called an opulent Amish before. Good evening, sir. How are you?
The masculine desire to spin one's chair. I never get tired of our theme song. I don't.
I don't either. The funny thing is, and this happens all the time, especially, and I was telling everybody this today, the morning show is kind of the harder one for me to do because it's like every morning I'm like, because I have to get up, I have to get Gracie to school, then I come home and I start putting notes together. I'm like, do I really want to do this? I really want to do this again. And then the music comes on and I'm like, you know what? I'm good. The music is it's weird. It's like my damn it, I can't think of the name of the movie. Over the Top. There we go. It for me. The music has become when I turn when
You turn your hat around
backwards. But yeah, so which is funny because most of the time when I'm on camera, I wear hats all the time, and I don't normally wear hats anywhere else. So it is kind of weird because when I'm on camera, I usually do have a hat on, not usually backwards because I don't really like how that looks, but I do usually have a hat on. Like even right now, I have it on because it's like if I'm in my office, I have a hat on, and Gracie's like, "Papa, why do you only wear hats when you're working?" Like I don't know, it's just become a thing.
Yeah, since I started shaving my head, I stopped wearing a hat. Well, I kind of trade off, but I mean, I've still got the habit of, as soon as I get out of the car to put my cover on. But yeah, I'm digging the bald thing. I really am.
See, I have actually kind of been playing with that idea because normally I just over the winter I let it grow out, and this time I've let it grow a little bit longer than I even normally would, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm kind of just thinking about just buzzing it off and then shaving it for a while and seeing if I dig it or not.
If you do get okay, I talked about this the other night, but absolutely fantastic. I got the Pitbull Gold scalp shaver. It's kind of like, remember those old like multiple head neck razors, with the floating heads and everything, the rotary blades. It's like that, but and it's wet dry. So I'll use the same shaving cream I use for my neck and just rub it on my head like shampoo and then just go to town. And I do it every couple days, and it's just so funky.
Yeah,
I got this fake suede headrest, and the bald head against the headrest when you got a little stubble coming in, it just feels. It's the only way I can get that feeling. So I don't have to get too hung up on it.
Well, lucky for you, that part of my board is frozen right now, or you would have just earned the first giggity of the night.
Nice. So, right at the ear line, right at the indentation of my head where my glasses are, that's where I stop. I'm asked if I shave my head, where do I stop the beard? Right at the ears. Straight line. Though, anyway, I'm not going to give grooming tips. It's awesome. If you go that route, if you're going to start shaving your head, or if you are shaving your head and you're looking for something better than a Bic, I mean, yeah, it's spendy. It's like $100, but totally worth it. And it's waterproof and rechargeable, and yeah.
Yeah, I've been toying with the idea, but I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I don't really. So I have shaved my head before. When I first started working security, one of the first things they taught you in training, especially while you're learning the ropes, and of course I'd already been through it before, but I went through it the same way. And so they're like, get rid of any long hair, make sure your tie, if you're wearing one with your uniforms, a clip on, all that shit, so that there's nothing that they could basically grab a hold of you on and just throw you to the ground. So I shaved my head when I was going through the retraining for security because there's different licensing requirements and stuff. And I swear, every time I see myself, even with like buzz cut head, all I can think of is Anakin from Return of the Jedi with the helmet off.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't like how that looks. But at the same time, I'm just like, but my life would be so much easier if I didn't have to deal with all this fucking hair all the time. 15 minutes every other day, making sure I'm shaved and that's it. I could get down with that. I really
that's
could.
what I mean. I got it down to 5. I mean, I may take 10 if I feel like, if I'm still hearing that, when I'm going around. But as soon as I'm frictionless, then yeah,
Nice.
then I know I'm good. I've got it down to like 5-10 minutes.
Okay, you did it again, so this one should work.
Giggity giggity. Giggity goo. Stick around.
You and frictionless, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Oh, so what's new in your world, man? What's going on? I mean, I know
I don't know. You know, it's been such a light news week. There isn't much for us to talk about. mean,
I know,
there's
right?
nothing really going on. There's
Absolutely nothing is going on. Just nothing. Other than a party in the USA. Which is
Man,
interesting.
I've had an erection lasting 2 days.
The interesting thing is my granddaughter has discovered that song. And she absolutely loves it. I couldn't figure out what she was singing at first because she'll just randomly be going through the house. And I'm like, the melody line sounds right, but she kept saying it's a party and you can stay.
Ah.
And I'm like, what? And I finally realized what she was singing because the only part she riffs on all the time is the chorus, the part where it's like the butterflies went away, and then she says the next part, and then it's a party in the USA, but instead of saying in the USA, she always says it's a party and you can stay.
Also true. But
Once I figured out what she was singing, I played it, and now it's part of her routine carpool karaoke every morning on the way to school.
There you go.
Oh, but yeah,
yeah, no, it's been an inch. I mean, you know, I really was expecting the left to do something, and I don't know if it just got too cold or if he moved indoors or what, but either that or basically everybody's just kind of realizing how bad it could actually be with Biden and Kamala, and they're just like, you know what, that 4 years wasn't so bad until COVID.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that's what's happened with a lot of people. In between, a lot of people that had no idea how bad the border actually was until people started importing, illegals into their towns, and then everybody going, before COVID, things really weren't that bad, and and so I think a lot of people have figured it out. I think the reason they have gone the more passive resistance route is because now they can still say, see, we did the peaceful transition of power, which is bullshit because they haven't. They've got district attorneys now trying to chase state charges for the J6 pardoners. They've got prison guards refusing to release them. I mean, there has been no peaceful transition of power. Nothing about this is peaceful. As another point of reference, by this time in his first term, Donald Trump already had like 4 or 5 cabinet members approved. He's got 1.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean, okay, so that's fine. 2 can play that game. Get the J6 committee up on state charges if that's what they want to do. If for every blue state that wants to drag the J6ers in to charge them on state charges, awesome. You know what? Get the red states to do it to the J6. Miley for treason and everybody like that. I'm sure they could find a way. So, if you want to do lawfare, that's fine. We've got we can do that too.
Oh, well, my attorney general is about to try to run for governor, so I'm pretty sure he's about to be one of the first ones figuring out how to do that shit.
That'd be good for him.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of local attention lately because every time the Daily Oklahoman puts out a stupid post, I'm like, you guys need to change your name because not a goddamn thing about you is Oklahoman. A lot of media people have started reposting them.
The thing with the J6ers not being released, though, fucking send the DOJ in. Just
I know the
have them
marshals
walk right in there.
I know the marshals.
Send the marshals in. What's that?
I said I know the marshals have gone into a couple locations and just gone in and taken them out. So
yeah, they just keep doing it, and then anybody who interferes, arrest them. That's a lawful order.
I will be really curious.
If you want to fuck around, you're going to find out. I'm all for it.
We are currently in the fuck around stage. We are about to reach the find out stage.
Yeah.
Well, I guess for DEI, we have crossed into the find out territory because that was absolutely amazing today.
That was fast. That and with Marco Rubio taking down the, restoring the one flag policy.
Yeah, fuck all your rainbow flags. We're not doing that anymore. Oh, did you hear he's already on his way to Panama?
I heard something about that in the previous hour, but I left the room to go start making my tea. So
We hadn't really talked about it much because I just noticed the article from Politico that's like apparently he's already on his way to Panama.
Okay.
Like, ooh, we really are about to take some shit back, aren't we?
I can't remember. I think it was on. I think it was last night on Brad Nagy's show where they were talking about the reason for the name change to the Gulf of America.
Yeah, it's so we can go drill again.
Yeah, so we can drill. I mean,
'Cause
that's. I mean, that absolutely makes sense. It's like, well, you can't drill in the Gulf of Mexico. We don't recognize that name.
Where this is the Gulf of America, motherfucker. We can do whatever we want.
Carolina Conservative had the best meme today. Gulf of Mexico. It never snows here. Gulf of America. Hold my beer.
That is actually kind of funny. Oh, can't say never
And I'm
though, because Louisiana
You know,
did
it-
have Louisiana did
Go
have
ahead.
snow in like 1848.
Oh well, my stars and bars. The fuck was I just gonna say?
I don't
Oh, and
know.
also with making Greenland the 51st state, finally we will have total dominance of the Winter Olympics by having a state dedicated to winter sports.
I thought Canada was supposed to be the 51st state.
No, they can wait. They
Okay.
got some shit they got to figure out. So
I was gonna say
I got to get over my Canada angst. They got to get their shit together.
I don't
Can't
know.
have all them-
Are we ever really gonna be able to get over our Canada angst though? I mean, come on, it's Canada.
I mean, until the truckers take over and start running things up there. I mean, the first step would be getting Pierre Poilievre as the PM.
Dude, if
Great.
that
Okay,
happens,
make that move. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Then you put all the truckers, the ones who all got arrested and everything for the trucker boycott during COVID, put them all in like mayors and DAs and fucking what are they, MPs and government officials, and you do the same thing. Just start cleaning house, and then we will consider them for statehood.
then and only then.
You got your work ahead of you, Canada.
First thing you got to do, stop saying Z, bitches. It's Z. If you're gonna be a 51st state, you got to start talking like it. I'm just saying. Anyway, sorry.
That was one of my favorite Atlantis episodes when it had McKay and his sister on, and then they both said sorry, and Amanda Tapping kind of laughs, and they're like, "What? Well, you both said sorry in that cute Canadian way." She's Canadian too, so I thought that was just kind of clever.
Yeah, that was Oh, that's one
Yeah,
thing
you
I
did.
am.
Come on, hippie.
That's another thing I'm kind of happy about though is Donald Trump saying we're gonna make Hollywood great again too. Kind of cool. I'm kind of okay with that.
Yeah.
As long as we can get all the bullshit out of there, assuming there's a Hollywood left, because now apparently more shit's on fire. I'm like, oh, is there
Yeah,
anything
there's
left to burn?
Yeah, when I was at I was at the doctor's office today, and they had the Weather Channel on, and that whole area except for downtown LA that doesn't. I mean, the only trees they have are like palm trees. It's like it's not a forested area, but everything else is around it is either the San Angeles forest or sagebrush and Russian thistle and whatever. It burns anyway, and oleander. And oleander's weird when it burns. Anyway, yeah. So red flag conditions again today.
Oh boy, dude, that's one thing that's been kind of hard because a lot of the shows I've been watching lately are set in LA, and I keep seeing all their B-roll shots, and I'm like, oh, that's on fire now and gone.
That's probably gone. Yeah.
I'm just like, I can't even watch it. I can't even enjoy the shows anymore. And the
Oh,
thing,
you know what?
go ahead.
Talking about that, you know what I heard the other day that totally proves that Trump is president.
What's that?
Iran donated to the Red Cross's LA Relief Fund.
What the fuck?
Iran.
Don't
Process
nuke
that for a
us.
minute.
Don't nuke us, Mr. President. We love
Right.
you.
Okay,
We love
here's
you.
the thing, Iran. You got to get the Houthis to stop fucking with our boats. We had kind of a pussy in charge, but you shoot at a boat with Trump in charge. The country's gonna be Yemen's gonna be fucking gone. It's gonna be gutter south.
That's just insane. That was a sentence I never thought anybody would utter.
What? Iran donating to the Red Cross?
Yes. I'm like, what? But yeah. So did you hear that both the Obama and the Kamilama Hamasnik marriages might be in trouble? Which I find absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I learned celebrity gossip against my will. But basically they're not.
You're welcome.
Yeah. But yeah, I heard something about that. I heard Cammie's blaming Doug for her loss, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty brave considering his penchant for smacking hoes around.
Maybe she'll get what she deserves. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rumor
also,
has it
she's pretty abusive too, so that might just be like a pay-per-view,
cage
Tyson Holyfield.
match.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, no, I mean, it's just been one thing after the other, and then I don't know. There's just so much going on. So
yeah, so I'm noticing a lot of H-1B people getting mouthy. Like, oh, they don't want us. It was about the birthright citizenship thing. It's like, yeah, you came here on an H-1B and you're trying to get an anchor baby. Why don't you try to become a citizen like normal people? Like people who actually want to be here and make the effort and you assimilate. Why don't you try that route instead of just sliding in on your H-1B and getting knocked up?
Yeah, you would think, but
Yeah.
What do I know?
I mean, I get birthright citizenship. I understand it. And in many ways, I agree with it for the right reasons. But DACA and the shit that's going on now with the H-1Bs, no, that's not how you do things. No.
Yeah, no, not at all.
I mean, it is in the 14th Amendment. In the 14th Amendment, either you take all of it or you take none of it. You can't just pick and choose. So, anyway, whoa, I put a lot of brandy in that tea.
Not that, Zed, Andrew. And yes, at this point, we are in fact throwing an intergalactic kegger down here. Because it's about damn time.
So what's on your mind? What do you got going on?
Well, I've been
grinding Rick's gears
and making fun of Bishop Lesbo all day. That's been fun.
Oh God, that was so fucking irritating.
I'm just like, whoever set this up should be fired. Just don't just throw them out of the White House, Fresh Prince style. The end of the intro where he comes flying out the front door. Yeah, that needs to happen. Whoever that was, just videotape them being just thrown out the door. Wow. Oh, but no, one of the things that I have found the most amazing, because it's all back again. They're all doing who's going to pick your vegetables? Who's going to wash your dishes? Who's going to rebuild LA? And I'm like, if you take all of those things and you substitute them with pick cotton, you might finally understand which side of the argument you're actually on. Because that's
right.
The whole thing this stupid lesbian fucking bishop said is these are the people that do these things. And I'm like,
yeah.
But are they? And why are they? And they're the ones that are they're already brown people, so they're already underserved and blah 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 blah. I'm like, dude, you are not making the case you think you are. And then the funniest thing for me was watching all the leftists who have no idea what Christianity is for the most part, have no idea who Jesus is at all, talking about, oh, look at this. Look how brave she is. She worships the real Jesus, not the GOP Jesus. I'm like, dude, Jesus would go into that church and flip her tables faster than he did the temples.
I was going to say, let me explain the Episcopalians to you. Episcopalians are Unitarian light. Unitarians are atheists. So, by the transitive property. Anyway, religion's not my bag.
It's just also stupid. And I don't even understand why we have a national cathedral in the first place. Because the whole separation of church and state people are like, oh, look at our national cathedral. Why we have that again? I thought we
Yeah.
I thought we had an aversion to that. I'm using your own argument, not mine, because I don't believe in separation of church and state the same way that you guys do, because I know what it was about. It was about winding up that we don't ever wind up with a George Washington version of the Bible. Except sadly, we did unfortunately wind up with a Trump version of the Bible, but we won't get into that right now because I still have problems. I still have problems with that. But at least
He's
it's not
still Trump. He still does cringe shit. I mean, the daddy's home thing drives me fucking up a wall. But
dude, everybody's doing that. And the thing that pisses me off about that is these are the same people that were cringing when Chris Rock said that Barack and Michelle were basically our parents. And now they're like, ooh, daddy's home. No, he's not.
Yeah.
My dad lives in Yukon.
I just stop it. Stop with the memes. Stop it.
Stop all of it. Just make it stop.
Or don't. Whatever. You do you. I'm not gonna be your meme small ear. I am my own meme small ear.
Well, the thing about it is everybody's like, I can't believe they haven't learned anything yet. And I'm like, do we really want them to though?
No, keep playing stupid. I mean, go ahead.
I was going to say, let's just be real about it. If the sooner they figure it out, the sooner we have real competition again. I would rather them just keep stepping on their own dicks. I'm just being real.
Everybody says Obama cleared the bench, and for all intents and purposes, he did. Boy, did Biden and Kamala clear the bench. They took everybody down with them. There is no... Your best hope for a Dem president in 2028 just set his state on fire. My state on fire.
Damn it, MD. Now I have the cards in my head.
Yeah.
Sorry. I got distracted by the chat. But the best way to keep that analogy going, because Barack Obama did in fact clear the bench. Those two cleared the rest of the stadium, though. There ain't nobody left.
Yeah. In keeping with the theme. Yeah, no, it's, I mean, it's bad when Doug Ossoff thinks he can pop his head up again.
I mean, well, that's the thing. Until 5 seconds ago, Dollar Store Trudeau thought he had a good shot in 2028. And I'm like, dude, after what you just let happen in your own state, you are fucked. I don't care what the people who live around you think. According to Mr. In Between, it looks like Cortez says he's running.
Is she even 35 yet?
And
I'm sorry, she's not even really that popular in her own district. They just don't run anybody primary against her. Nancy Pelosi said, I could run a glass of water with a D on it and beat you.
Yeah, but in fairness, she's a glass of water with double D's on it. Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Thicker. She's putting on some weight.
She's trying to qualify as her own flotation device. Don't judge her.
That woman will never drown in the middle of the ocean. The opposite of that. Okay. KJP did Token McCarpet Muncher did some did a Vanity Fair spread. She looks fucking good, dude. I'm sorry, I got to say it. She is very photogenic when she needs to be.
Yeah, but
I mean, she's as dumb as all fuck, but still would.
Yeah, the problem is she wouldn't.
Right. Well, there's that. I got corrected by one of my phone. Queer does not mean lesbian. Okay, that's fair. Still would.
And apparently, the occasional Cortex is old enough to run for president, which I find disturbing because I really didn't think she was above 35.
I really didn't think she was over 35 either.
So yeah, that's kind of scary.
Voice, she sounds like fucking Valley Girl in her mid-20s.
Yeah, but now the question is, because there's that whole crazy hot matrix. Does she qualify? Because for a lot of people, she qualifies. I'm not sure I would go there. I'm really not.
No, I absolutely would.
See, I think there might be a little bit too much crazy under the hood there for me.
I would absolutely. I would plow that like a field.
Well, I mean, you're Amish. That's just it.
She was born the year we graduated high school. Thanks, Jeff. That's fucking fantastic. Yes,
Oh,
also, and we're talking IQ, not just age, but IQ. I did not think it was over 28.
I thought she was potato.
Yeah.
Oh. So did
Speaking
you
of
hear?
potato,
Go
Stelzer's
ahead.
still having a totally normal one about Facebook getting rid of the fact checkers.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
dude,
been going on for weeks now.
CNN is in so much trouble right now. I'm still waiting on it to go for fire sale.
That could have
their
been
whole,
so much worse.
their whole claim to fame for this whole time has been, look what Tucker Carlson made Fox News do, and now they've actually been found guilty of it, not just a settlement. I'm like, ha. Oh, anyway, did they ever?
You know
Did
how
they?
hard it is to win a defamation case against the media?
Yeah, it's almost impossible. Which means
That's yeah.
this dude had
And
all kinds.
if I hadn't been so distracted with other things the other day, I saw a thread. I don't know if it was from Turley or from Aaron Walker, but and it may have been both. But talking about how David Axelrod was representing CNN, and the judge is like, "You are the least credible person in this room," because he was holding up this thing where, he never really, the dude never really lost his job or anything, and all it was just an application to get his security clearance back. See, he's still working. We didn't cost him anything. And dude's lawyer goes, you mean this piece of paper that's just an application? And the judge absolutely excoriated Axelrod, just tore him apart. And that was the day before the jury went to deliberation. So I'm sure that was fresh on their mind.
Probably.
And fucking Acosta telling one of his guests, you got to remember, this isn't Fox News. You can't lie on CNN. You just got sued for $5 million. Probably have $50 million in punitive. And you got lucky because the state that trial was in only allows 10 times in punitive what is awarded to the plaintiff. So had they awarded him, like, say, $100 million, that would have been $1 billion in punitive for CNN.
Oh, dude,
So
I just sorry, I don't mean to change topics real quick, but
No,
this just came across my feed, and I meant to talk about it earlier today. Because I'm sure everybody's been hearing about all the NFL stars that have been having their houses burglarized. Apparently, it's a gang of illegal aliens that have been doing it.
Shocker.
So apparently, so far, 4 Chilean illegal aliens have been arrested for burglarizing quarterback homes, including Joe Burrow's house. Because, they've been casing the place and figuring out when they're not home and then just going in and doing what they do. So, yeah, I kind of figured it was going to come back to illegals at some point.
Yeah. And no, Jeff. No, Wasserman. No.
What? No, wait. No.
It's not even the same sport, man, if that's what you're talking about. If you're going there, no.
Dude, if you're going there,
no.
If you're going there, you might as well be batting for the same team.
I don't know. Maybe I just never saw a good picture of her. I'm prove me wrong, Jeff.
No, I'm not. No. Nope. Nope. That's great.
Okay, checking my Discord. Hang on. I can't believe that's the same chick.
Photoshop for the win.
No.
I can't even see
Probably
it.
a Vanity Fair. Her hair is straight. She doesn't look okay. I mean, those are some good C cups. I'll give her that. All right. Jeff, I'll let this one maybe.
I'm still a no.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, it was probably a photo shoot. So, yeah, Vogue shoot. So, hey, can we take a break so I can put some tea in my brandy? I went way heavy-handed on that one.
Yeah, a little bit too much. Need a little more tea in your brandy.
A little too much of Grandma's cough medicine in that.
Now I'm wishing I had some Grandma's cough medicine.
Yeah.
All right, this one's going out. This one's going out to the libs because this is probably pretty much how they feel right now. But we're gonna take a quick break and we'll be right back. Oops, that's not the button I meant to press. Hang on, this is the button I meant to press.
So when it's 24 hours to go, I won't be sedated. Nothing to do, nowhere to go home. I won't be sedated. Just get me to the airport, put me on a plane. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Before I go insane. I can't get through my fingers, I can't get through my brain.
A plane to Canada. That's where they all wanted to go until they figured out Canada might become a state. We'll be right back.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis, now streaming on Freevee.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq, Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is. If getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now, 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Attention business owners and independent contractors. This is a money-saving message from Tax Mediation Services. If your business owes $20,000 or more in taxes, we can help you today, right now. Listen, dealing with the IRS is no picnic. It's an intimidating and extremely stressful process, and you don't want to go it alone. Our attorneys know every law, every tax break, and every possible opportunity to help you resolve and reduce your tax debt. And if you owe more than $20,000, you may be at the top of their hit list. So don't take your tax debt lightly, because it will not go away on its own. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, your home, and even shut down your business. Call our tax experts today at 1-800-783-0810 and let us deal with the IRS while you focus on your business. That's 1-800-783-0810. Again, that's 800-783-0810.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Got a little less than 20 minutes left in this one, and don't forget, after this, we'll be shipping you over to the SHR Media folks for the rest of the night. Got probably about 4.5 hours coming from them. Yeah, late night for me. Late night, early morning. But, you know, these late nights and early mornings were a lot easier when Grampy Biden was calling lids by 9 a.m. and in bed after 1. So, trying to get used to the speed of Trump again. Oh, my God. Anyway, welcome back.
Okay, I gotta get this off my chest. I genuinely dislike the Ramones.
I know, you've told me before.
They are the most banal, repetitive, simplistic, boring music ever invented. The only departure from their, I mean, you can say, okay, well, that's their style. Well, that's fine. But to see, the thing is, it's the same song 40 times with the exception of Pet Sematary. Pet Sematary is the only time they departed from that, and it was actually their biggest hit, biggest commercial hit. Rock and Roll High School, Sheena's a punk rocker, I Want to Be Sedated. They're just go on and on. They all sound the same.
Well, to be fair, that's the only song of theirs that I actually semi-like.
Thank you for attending my TED Talk.
No, it's not a TED Talk. It's an Amish talk.
But if my name was Ted...
No, you should really...
But if it was...
You should just really start this whole thing and do it on like YouTube or something, and at the end of your talks, just say, "Thank you for coming to my virtual barn raising."
Right. There we go.
Oh, anyway. Hey, Jess is here.
Jess! Hang on. I'm about to cough up a lung.
Oh, yeah. YouTube still.
I've still got that. I can't take it.
Dude, I'm telling you. That's why I've upgraded this thing from man cold to man plague, because once you get it, it just never really completely goes away. I mean, it's like today I felt great, and then by evening I was like, dude, I am so fucking wiped out, and I have so many things I need to do, and I wound up taking like an hour nap, because the next thing I know is like I just cannot keep my eyes open anymore, and it happens all the time. And this is coming from a guy who used to sleep 2 to 3 hours a night. So finding out that I am a mere mortal who has to actually sleep now is robbing me of so much time that I'm used to, and it's very frustrating. Very frustrating. Although I have enjoyed the fact that I do actually like to sleep now. I used to hate sleeping. Now when I sleep, it's like, ooh, this is nice.
Yeah, sleep is good.
Problem with that is now I'm enjoying it so much that now I want to do it more often. I'm like, I have too much to do. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. 6 hours. I'm like, you know what? I'm good. That's enough. Don't nap your magic.
Well, I think part of it was, like I said, on Monday, I started working at like 8:30 in the morning. I was working till 2 a.m. on Tuesday, and then got up at 6 and started again. I was like, I kind of honestly at this point miss Grampy Biden, because I slept through a bunch of shit too, and I had to play catch up in the morning. I was like, dude was still like doing shit at like midnight. I'm like, do you ever fucking sleep? Now I know how people used to feel when they would see me like working 20-hour days and be like, do you ever sleep? No, not really. But yeah, I don't know. I do like the fact that he's coming in like gangbusters this time. He's kind of doing what I expected him to do the first time, because he was bulling China Shop during the campaign, and then that got reined in quite a bit. But I think that's because of the people he surrounded himself with the first time. They were just like, oh no, we don't have to do it all at once. And the funny thing is, he kind of threw a bunch of people under the bus, because they were like, because again, somebody was like, you don't have to sign all these things today. He's like, the hell we don't. We're signing them all today. I'm like, okay, cool. The one thing I do hope is that Congress actually turns a lot of these things into laws, though, so they can't just be undone again in hopefully 8 to 20 years.
Oh my God. Okay, so not really breaking, but this happened today. We were just talking about Pierre Poilievre. So he just absolutely threw it back at a reporter. A reporter asked him what his thoughts of President Trump's executive order declaring that the U.S. government will only recognize 2 genders. So Poilievre asked him back, well, how many genders do you think there are?
See, I'm telling you, there has been a seed change somewhere, and we missed it.
Yeah. No, we didn't miss it. We've been watching. You see, the thing is, those of us on the fronts of the meme war, we've been seeing this change. Okay. 2 years ago, even at the risk of getting suspended, I could drop a retard meme at least a half dozen times in a conversation. Now they give up and go home so quickly. And those who didn't already run over to Blue Cry. And the ones who are back on Twitter have no fight left in them.
Well, it's because all the things that they used to fight with don't work anymore. That's like that fucking retarded bot thing that was all up in my mentions last night, calling me an Nazi over and over again. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care because I know I'm
They
not.
got suspended, by the way.
Oh, I know. I saw. It's funny because it shows it now because there's all these little conversation points that used to be there, and it used to say, because I muted it a long ass time ago, it used to say this is from someone you've muted. Do you want to read it? Now it just says this is from a suspended account.
All right.
Like, I don't remember seeing that before, but I don't interact with suspended accounts that often, except for yours.
You're right. Usually mine's the only one that you can be like, watch a whole whole conversations turn to dust.
Dude, they were like live suspending you in real time there for like 2 weeks.
Oh, dude, when I was a previous identity, just typing in the word would be auto suspended. I'd make a new account with a variation of my previous identity, and as soon as I logged in, before I could post anything, account suspended. That word is apparently in the system to be forever and eternally blocked.
Oh, yeah, I still am really mad that they haven't done more to get rid of some of that legacy bullshit that's baked into this platform. And I understand they can't get rid of all of it because some of it's so baked in that you'd basically have to start over and nobody's going to want to do that. But they could do a hell of a lot more than they have done. And it's just annoying to me because everybody's like, oh, free speech is the law of the land. And the only place I get seen is a fucking Chinese app. What the hell?
Right. Oh, what's the name of that one? Red Book or something like that?
Yeah, Red
No,
Book, the one.
Is it Red Book? Because they stole that name from a woman from like a knockoff of McCall's. But anyway,
No, it's Red Book because the Chinese translation is actually the name of I think it was Mao's little book of the people he wanted to kill.
Yeah, the Little Red Book, yeah. But no, but I mean, Red Book was a McCall's knockoff
Not
magazine.
surprising. Oh, I know.
Yeah, back in the day when there were still magazines. Anyway, I love the military self removing themselves from employment by posting too much information over there.
Yeah, it's been fun.
I mean, you think Zoom and TikTok fucking scraped for information? I mean, you don't get to build anything in China unless you are a subsidy of the China government. Period.
Well,
Nobody
that's
owns a company in China. Yeah.
Well, that's been my biggest sticking point with all of this is, yes, I understand that this app may be being used to scrape our data, but this app is also being placed on a phone that was built in China that probably already scrapes our data.
Yep. Androids are made in Taiwan.
I don't have an Android. I have an
No,
Apple.
wait, Androids are made in Korea.
Pretty
Get
sure
Android.
I'm pretty sure apples are made in China, and I have one.
No, they are made in China. That's why they have. I mean, that's why they have suicide netting around the Foxconn. Yeah.
I wish I could say you were kidding, but I already know better.
No, I'm not. I mean, the same thing that they put along the bottom of bridges to keep people from jumping, they have to put along the top of buildings in fucking China because the slave labor would rather self-delete than... God damn, I'm becoming a YouTuber saying that rather than saying kill themselves. Fuck, I'm not on YouTube.
Technically, you are.
Well,
or you
anyway.
were. We probably just got pulled.
I was. The AI just scraped us off. Scraped us off the bottom of their shoe.
Oh, nice. All right, so we're down to inside 10 minutes, man. What are you watching?
Still watching Wednesday. I talked about that Saturday night. If you didn't listen to a Saturday night on Jux when we had Jeff on, God, that was fun. Yeah, so I missed Wednesday on its first run, and then it went behind a paywall over on Apple or something. Now it's back on Netflix as they're gearing up for season 2, so I'm getting to catch it again. Genuinely fun show. It really is fun.
It really is good. I thought I was gonna hate it. I really did. I even wanted to hate it, and it hooked me in like the first 5 minutes. I was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe she just did that."
Catherine Zeta-Jones makes a much better Morticia than who was that in between?
Oh, I know who you're talking
Houston.
about. Angelica Houston was one.
Yeah,
I think I know who you're. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah. So anyway, watching that, I never finished The Pretender because I have this weird thing. If I know a show is in its final season or canceled, I rarely watch the last episode or the last few episodes because I just want, in my head, I want it to be that the show never ended, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's just emotional scarring from Firefly or what, but or Dark Matter. Yes, fuck you, sci-fi.
Did I tell you about my conversation with Grok regarding Firefly?
Mr. Hermits, we're going to talk about Wednesday. Okay, your conversation with Grok, what?
My conversation with Grok about Firefly. Apparently, Grok is a sci-fi fan, and even he thinks Firefly was robbed.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that was one of my favorite episodes of The Big Bang Theory. Is they flash back to when Leonard and and Sheldon first started living together, and he had the roommates agreement, and it's like, henceforth, from now until the end of time, Friday nights at 7 p.m. will be reserved for Firefly because it'll be the longest running sci-fi show in history.
The show's gonna last forever.
Everybody thought it would have, though. It was so damn good.
Well,
I don't understand Fox because they did it twice. They did the same thing with Space Above and Beyond.
Well, Space Above and Beyond got a few seasons. It actually started to get a little long in the tooth. I think it made it to 4 seasons.
No, it got two.
It got 2. But okay, so here's the thing: is that Firefly only became a cult classic and popular when it went into VHS and DVD collections. When it was shown live, it was shown out of order, didn't make any fucking sense. It was billed as a comedy. And so it was like, no, this is not. Anyway, I mean, if you actually sat and watched, you're like, oh, fuck yeah, this is good. But it didn't achieve it wasn't popular because most people couldn't grasp what it was about because it was shown out of order. You had no context. You had no idea what was going on. Unless, you just didn't care and I'm here for the sci-fi. And then you're like, oh, hey, that was the guy who did that thing. Why is this? Oh, must be a flashback. I don't know. I don't get it, but it's still good.
But no, I mean, and I get that, but that's part of the thing. Anytime Fox tried to do anything sci-fi related other than the X-Files, they treated it like a redheaded stepchild. They did the same thing with Space Above and Beyond. Space Above and Beyond had the potential to be one of the best sci-fi shows ever. I mean, even just for the cult classic part of Arlie Emery playing the drill instructor. And then him basically redoing his line from fucking is like, show me your war cry. Let me hear your war cry.
He did his shtick from Full Metal Jacket, which was his actual DI shtick.
Oh, well, that's the funny thing about the Full Metal Jacket is he was actually hired as the consultant for the DI, and he's like, "Fuck it, just let me do it. I can do better than this guy."
He's not convinced me. So, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching right now. That, and if I don't want to fall asleep watching a Wednesday because Netflix is such a pain in the ass going back to previous episodes. The only thing that's more of a pain in the ass is fucking Amazon Prime. Now, thank you for changing the way you do things, Amazon. It's so much better. You picking up the sarcasm I put out there? Because I'm laying it on pretty thick.
Well, that's the thing. There's like an entire team of people that have jobs to deal with the user
Whole-
interface, and if they don't
Yeah,
make
whole
changes enough, they get fired.
Yeah, whole UX teams out there to do nothing but make things fucking harder.
Let's
So
do this.
talk about that real quick. Talk about UX teams and things like that. Have you noticed every company's logo is becoming bland and low res?
Uh-huh.
You know why that is?
I have no idea.
Mobile apps.
Go figure.
Because rather than having a big Hampton Inn or Denny, big, bright, inspiring logo, it's just this, brutal little icon logo. I mean, Burger King, everything else, they've gone to this crappy little low-res logo, so that way you can identify. Apparently, Americans are so fucking stupid. They can't look at the icon on their app, look at the big, bright logo on the building, and go, oh, those are two different places. So...
Oh.
But yeah, so there's, and it's just kind of like it goes with the whole cookie cutter. I mean, a lot of your chain restaurants, like your McDonald's, you wonder why they all look that brutal fucking boring utilitarian look where they all have the same color and basically the same style. A friend of mine is is high up in one of the fast food chains. And he says, yeah, they make all of them in a factory. They're all prefabbed. So that way when they drop, they all are exactly the same. So an employee at a McDonald's here can go there, go to a different McDonald's, and everything is laid out exactly the same. They're all exactly the same. They're just fucking mass produced. So
here's the downside to that, though. This is the prelude to letting the robots do the work, because if they all look the same, they can be programmed easier.
I want the fucking robots to do the work. I want them to teach the fight for 50. You know what the real minimum wage is? 0. That's minimum wage. So fucking know your place. If you're in an entry-level job and you think you're going to make a career out of it and you're not going to go to the McDonald's college so you can be a manager and maybe a franchise owner someday, you know what? You deserve to be replaced by a fucking robot.
All right. Well, we do have somebody coming on after us, so we got to run. Where can folks find
So what are you watching real quick then? Sorry, I got on my soapbox real quick.
No, you're
Go
good.
ahead.
I haven't really been watching anything new from the last time we talked about it. I've been watching the new season of The Rookie and the new season of the Will Trent Show. Other than that, I haven't really been watching much of anything. 'Cause lately, I've been working so much I don't have time for TV. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. Where can folks find you real quick? Because we got to go.
You can find me as Ordnance Packard on Twitter. You can find me tomorrow night on Culture Shift with Brad Slager with the fantastic hair right here on KLRNradio.com. And then I'm off for the rest of the week.
I mean, you're always a little bit off, so
I'm always off.
But anyway, so because we do have somebody behind us, we're going out a different way, because we're sending you guys technically not to Boston, but he's from Boston. So usually when I toss to him, I play this when he was doing it during the day. So hang out. Feed's not going dark. We're just going away. Hang out for Edge of Liberty from the SHR Media crew here in just a minute or so. No hailing of the Hydra.
Yeah,
We've had
do it.
discussion. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
you very much. Good evening. Nice black fingernails. There's nothing wrong with my fingernails. Chat's starting off raunchy already. Jeez, gosh. Got a lot to talk about. First, it just continues for LA. This is from Photo Girl on YouTube. And it's just rough for the people down there right now. The red flag warnings continue overnight tonight. There is another active fire. This one's up over 10,000 acres. It started at, 3 o'clock this afternoon, local time. And it just exploded. I'm going to go over to Watch Duty really quick just to kind of give you the updates. Oh, on my intro, it had black fingernails. I had no idea. This is the Hughes fire. It's right near, it's essentially at the Castaic Reservoir. If you travel the Grapevine going southbound, this is on your left. Go northbound, it's on your right. It's right up against I-5. They shut down I-5 today. It's still shut down. Homes are threatened. And evacuations are all over the place. So if you live down that area, check your evacuations. It's rough. And yeah, BZ, I'm not forgetting about the people of North Carolina either. That's another tragedy that needs to be dealt with. This also is threatening the lives of thousands. That's the only reason why I'm still talking about it like I am. I do want to say, though, so I started off with some bad news, but I want to start off with some great news, or follow up with some great news. Let's turn it around as quickly as we can. Don't you just love to see it? This from the New York Post. CNN plans to lay off hundreds of employees, cuts cost. NBC plots firing. To which I have to say, look, it's getting me. And here's the reason why I laugh. You wonder why they're so opposed to social media being the new news. You wonder why they wanted social media to be throttled. You wonder why at Jersey Joe, I'm going to get to the snow. Don't worry. I have a bunch of clips down in Florida for you poor people suffering through it. You wonder why they were so opposed to X having free speech, to other platforms having free speech. This is why. This is why they were telling you that they only had access to things that we don't, and that they only knew things that we don't, and that they are so much smarter than you, the average person, that you need them to know what the news is, because you can't trust your lying eyes. You cannot trust your lying eyes. As a matter of fact, your lying eyes are what your biggest problem is. Trust your ears. Trust what they were telling you. That's what they said for these years. This is exactly why. It has nothing to do with them wanting to read the news. It has to do with them wanting to keep their jobs. Because as we saw more and more over the last couple of years, they were proven liars. They were proven Democratic mouthpieces, governmental mouthpieces. Everything they said had a slant, had a jade to it. They were deciding who winners and losers were. And as we know, not the 2024 election, but the 2020 election, they heavily influenced the outcome of the election the way that they wanted to, the way that the DNC told them to, the way that the Democrats needed them to. And I'll tell you right now, that was their biggest fall. We've been saying for years, early Sackheads days, before that, the media has been sprinting, legacy media, I should say, has been sprinting towards the cliff. Remember, in the Trayvon Martin case, NBC News edited the 911 call originally so it sounded worse to meet a narrative. And then they started, it wasn't even subtle. It wasn't even subtle. the lies that they've told through the years, the exaggerations, things that you could see with your own eyes that they told you was not the case. That's not the case. And now you know why. As BZ used to call it, fear porn. He probably still calls it fear porn. I just haven't heard him use that phrase for a long time. That's what they sold. To keep you afraid, to keep you tuned into them, so you didn't go outside. And if you did go outside, you looked at everything with the lens that they told you to look through. It's what they did in schools when all the hippies from the 60s and 70s became professors and department heads and principals and eventually running school districts. This has been going on for a long time. This is why they stopped teaching true journalism. And they did. You listen to some of the things that journalists or people that went to journalism school tell you that they focus on had nothing to do with reporting the news. Reporting the news is relatively easy when you're honest. Hell, be frank. Even if you don't have the world's best writing skills, you can now put your thoughts on paper intelligently with computers and, in some cases, AI. It's still your thoughts. It's still your beliefs. It's still what you saw. You just have a writing assistant there, which is like having an editor at all these newspapers or an editing department. You think every single writer out there who you read is this fantastic writing genius? No, they tell a good story. They put it down and then somebody cleans it up and makes it legible. Not all. I'm sure some of them are brilliant. I'm not saying they're not intelligent, but they have a stance. They have a slant. A lot of them did. It's why newspapers were dying. It's why they had to go to the internet. And newspapers are dying even still. Yeah, they're on websites now, but if they just did what they should have done, if they just stayed neutral and reported the news, I think they still would have done just fine. Yeah, you're going to have op-eds. That's fine. Like I said before, I'm not a news journalist. I'm a commentator. I have my opinions. This show is my opinions, but I say it. There's even a warning at the little beginning of the show. The majority of shows on Fox News are opinion shows. There's very little news unless something's in the moment. And they're not the only ones. CNN, MSNBC, it's all the same thing. It's all opinion shows. That's what the news cycle has become. They don't tell you what it is anymore or what it reportedly was. They tell you they want you to think something is. This remote control. If they had some reason to hate this remote control, they would run a story telling you how it would explode at random or some ridiculous thing. That's what they were doing. Once they decided somebody was the bad guy or they needed to take somebody down a few notches, then that's what they did. They made it their mission. We know about the mass emails that would go out through all the radio stations. We know on TV stations as well. We know how they would get talking points. Talking points on what to say on certain subjects. How did you know that? Because they would all be using the same buzzword over and over and over again. It did not matter. It did not matter what the truth was. What mattered was, as I've said a million times, who was going to be the selected state-run media. That's what it became. And when you see things like this out of context, what does the media tell you? a Nazi salute. But it wasn't. Anyone who watched that speech knew it wasn't. It wasn't a Nazi salute. He said very clearly prior that he was giving his heart to them. Never mind all the still shots that we have of Democrats doing the same thing at one time or another. I don't think that they're giving the Nazi salute. Comically, I might say something to a friend on the side, but do I really think that AOC was out there when she was giving her speech in New York, earlier this year in the summertime? Just the same speech where she was jumping around on stage. Do I really think that she was giving out the Nazi salute? No. I don't need to make stuff up because I have plenty of other ways to prove that AOC is a babbling idiot. But when they don't have anything to really go after, when they don't have the hit piece that they want, they take something like that and they run with it. And who is that designed for? Not for the person that knows better. It's not that knows that Elon Musk was wearing a tag of one of the Jewish hostages, the Israeli hostages, the entire time, and he still wore it. He's spoken about it several times. They ignore all that. But they know who this is for. You know this is for. It's not for me. It's not for you. They've already written you off. It's for people like this.
Y'all can't sound alarms after the fact. It's too late. It's too late to sound the alarms. You didn't listen. So, nobody can hear those alarms. It's falling on deaf ears, just like our pleas for you guys to understand what was going to happen when that man, if and when that man got into office again. Y'all had your hearing ears off. And now you are sounding alarms that the rest of us already heard. We heard the alarms. We heard them loud and clear. And we voted per those loud, jarring alarms that were right there in your face. It's too late to sound the alarms.
And by the way, her name, and she said FAFO bitches at the end. Her name is No Drama Baby Mama G. That is who mainstream media sells the lies to. Because, as you see right there, they've convinced her. They've convinced her that everything is evil, everything is doom and gloom, everything's horrible, we're not going to survive, yada, yada, yada. That's why the media has done what they've done for years. And now you have some of the biggest so-called news agencies in the country doing layoffs because their bullshit has finally come to surface over the last 2 years, especially. The worst thing that could have happened to them is you and I being able to speak, you and I having conversations. Outlets like High Plains Pundit, my friend Dan's in the chat room, being able to share the truth, share actual reporting. And yes, sometimes opinion. But guess what? We all of us, tell you when it's opinion. BZ in the chat didn't play the whole thing. I said since 2016, no president will ever be perfect. I didn't vote for Donald Trump because I love and adore him. I voted for Trump because he would do more good than bad. He is congruently aligned. The only perfect presidential candidate is me, and I'm not running. And if you've ever seen BZ, you know that he's not running anywhere. But I agree to a point. You know, we said in his last election, and I talked about his last term, he was the president we needed at that moment. And I believe that's the case now too. Is he the idealistic image in the sense of what we used to think the perfect presidents were? Reagan, Washington, names like that? Perhaps not. But the world has changed immensely. And the woke ideology that has impacted this country beyond what's even discussed needed to be undone. This world government that the progressives and the leftists lead to in giving away our country to other countries, left and right, just throwing money away, giving away our sovereignty through little changes here and there. When you allow an outside country or the United Nations or anyone else to start dictating or trying to dictate or thinking they can dictate what you can do in your country, you've lost your sovereignty. When you open your southern borders and you stop vetting who's coming over, and again, I'm not against immigrants, not against legal ones. Come here, live your best life, make tons of money. I hope your kids are happy. I hope you succeed. But the legal immigrants that do it the right way, pour blood, sweat, and tears to get here and to do it the right way, and they respect it. The ones who flow over that border, they're not coming here to be Americans. They're coming here to absorb what America has, what they can devour. That doesn't mean that everyone who's coming across the border is a bad person. But as we've said before, talking about the border, there's at least 1 million bad people that came over that border. At least. That's just statistically speaking. But the left wants to tell you that it's bad to stop the border. It's bad to close the border, I should say. It's bad to want to know who's coming into this country. It's bad to remove people from this country who shouldn't be here. And you're a horrible person if you suggest that those people shouldn't be here. Here's another great example of how they spin this and how the left plays on emotions over logic. And I mentioned her earlier, but who better to iterate my point than Sandy Cortez?
I want the American people to know with eyes wide open what is inside this bill. Because we stand here just 2 days after President Trump gave unconditional pardons to violent criminals who attacked our nation's capital on January 6th. And these are the people who want you to believe, who want us to believe that they're trying to, quote unquote, keep criminals off the streets. When they are opening the floodgates. I want the American people to know what is in this bill. Because in the guise and in the...
1,500 people were arrested at the Capitol. I believe it was 1,500 some odd numbers. 10 million illegals have come over the border. We know statistically 1 out of 10 people is a criminal. And the difference is many of the people who were arrested on January 6th were not arrested for violent crimes. Some were, most weren't. The vast majority were not. And the whole a police officer died thing on January 6th, where's the homicide charge? Show me the person who was charged with murder. Show me the people who were charged with sedition.
In the wake of tragedy, we are seeing a fundamental erosion of our civil rights. In this bill, if a person is so much as accused of a crime. If someone wants to point a finger and accuse someone of shoplifting, they will be rounded up and put into a private detention camp and sent out for deportation without a day in court.
Only if they're illegal. If they're legal citizens, they won't. That's how it works. And that's how it worked for years. And even Democrats used to be on board with that before they were trying to change the voting makeup of this country. That's the difference. And we know that. We've talked about it before. I will talk about it again. When they do the census, they do not ask if everybody in that home is legal or a citizen. They just count how many people are in the home. And guess what? The voting districts are cut up by population. Does not matter, legal or otherwise. Do I think they should change that? Absolutely. Is that how the current law works? Absolutely not. Oh yeah, no, Joe, you're 100% right. There's more than just a single murderer. There's the guy that murdered 2 FBI agents. But they don't talk about that. They don't want to talk about that. Because if you talk about that, it hurts your narrative. And I'll tell you right now, the Democrats are struggling. Anyone who follows me on X, I made a quick comment last night about somebody talking about Doug Emhoff, and the left went absolutely batshit crazy. And of course, they kept trying to turn the conversation to Trump. But the simple fact of the matter is, I was talking about Doug Emhoff. The Post was talking about Doug Emhoff. I brought up that he may have physically assaulted a girlfriend a while back and definitely impregnated an extremely young nanny, and people lost their mind. They were so furious that I would dare point that out. And the problem is they don't know how to be reasonable. So AOC goes on this rant, and it just goes on and on for another couple minutes, and I'm not going to subject you to it. Actually, what I'm going to give you is Tom Homan's response to it.
The country illegally is violating
Legal asylees.
I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Holman,
family.
with all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum and go through the port of entry, do it the legal way.
Anyone who comes through is illegal. It's against the law. If you're seeking asylum, we have a process for that. If you're not seeking asylum, you don't deserve to be here. And I know, the left is so angry. Just like they were when slavery was overturned. They're so angry that the people who could work the fields will be kicked out. You know who else? And I don't agree often, but do you know who else was against illegal immigration? And this is a guy that I've been doing this for a long time. And if you can find anywhere else in any of my shows where I say I agree with this person, you can give me, I'll give you $50. Other than on this specific topic, and that is
585-81776. Your escape awaits.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And check out Seven Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with Seven Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com.
Thank you for joining me right here on the Edge of Liberty SHR Media Network. From High Plains Pundit. Check them out, High Plains Pundit. Great newspaper, great online reporting. The individuals arrested included individuals convicted of violent felonies such as murder, rape, sexual assault, and some of the victims of their felonies being children. ICE is getting public safety threats and national security threats, which was the promise made during the campaign. That was in the chat room by my friend Dan Butcher over at High Plains Pundit. If you want to get in the chat, jump in. The best chat that I can tell is on YouTube. It's the one I can interact with the most. It's the one that always comes through. All the other ones sometimes is a little problem getting through the programming, but this one always works. YouTube always comes through. So if you check us out, go to SHR Media on YouTube. You can subscribe. You can like. You can do that anywhere you're watching, really. And you can get into the chat room. Even if you hate me, you can pop up some chat. Want to thank everyone else in the chat room, too. I have Sean in there. Jeremy Hansen just popped in. I know Mike was nice enough to join us. Of course, Jersey Joe, the Reaver of Common Sense, another great friend of the show and has a hell of a show himself. BZ in the chat room also has a great show, great friend of the show, great friend of ours. Rick Robinson popped in and said, hi, I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't see you earlier. And there's more. So you can join the chat. Like I said, come in and yell at me. Or if you're super awesome and you've been around for like ever, you can become a moderator like Jeremy Henson. But we have to trust you and we have to like you. And that means you have to get BZ's seal of approval, and that's not easy to get. So, going back and talking about the border, Trump, which he can do with his executive actions because he's the head of the executive branch, has allowed previously restricted agencies, ATF, DEA, and there was another one in there too. I can't remember who it was. I can tell you who it wasn't. It wasn't the FBI being allowed to do immigration enforcement. Snubbed the FBI. Is anybody shocked whatsoever? Because even though he's in charge, the FBI has some issues, and we all know it. So that's going to be interesting to see. By the way, if you didn't see, I'm not going to play the rant from Rashida Tlaib, but she was essentially talking about how people were getting deported over doing minimal criminal things, and then said that her mother would have been deported if she stole. And I thought that was a really odd way of saying that your mother was a thief. And maybe that's not what she meant, but I'll tell you right now, that's exactly what she said. Yeah, last night turned into a long show, or 2 nights ago turned into a long show. We've done, I'll tell you, as a network, between the night before the swearing in inauguration, the night of the inauguration, then my show last night, we have been on a marathon, which, by the way, for everybody involved, none of us are marathon runners or even close to it or even watch a marathon. We've been a marathon of broadcasting. So it's been a blast. It's been a lot. I appreciate everyone who's joined in and tuned in. And he's not in chat tonight, but I can't not mention my good friend Big E over on Mission Ready Men on the SHR Media Network as well. And we were joined from Rick Robinson over at KLRN, our good friends over at KLRN Radio. So getting back to this story. Oh, it was the Marshal Service. That was the other agency that is now allowed to enforce immigration, but no FBI. As of right now, we believe that it's going to be a number of 10,000 troops being sent to the southern border to assist in protecting our border. Their primary, oh man, people that stay up late and watch us and I know that they have to get up early. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. But they'll have more roles, more administrative roles. I know they'll stand guard, and I know that they're going to be flying the drones and the helicopters and planes. They're going to be doing a lot, but that frees up those agents who are doing all these administrative roles and babysitting to actually go out and enforce the border. So 10,000. That's a huge number. And that shows you that Trump's serious. The Coast Guard, and I think we talked about this the other night. The Coast Guard will now be doubling efforts and doing a surge into the Gulf of America. Love it. And around Florida and other parts that are known for immigration and drug smuggling. That was announced. The previously approved refugee flights from outside the country have been canceled. This is all on the border. I seriously could do 3 hours on the border tonight. I'm not kidding. The amount of work that's being done on the border is out of control. Out of those 10,000, why isn't Food and Ag? You know what? I could also say, why isn't what's it? The NOAA, they have a law enforcement branch. I'll tell you, folks, and BZ, I think, is being a little bit of a smart ass in chat asking why the Food and Ag cops weren't allowed to do the enforcement. I'll tell you what, folks, if you do not realize how many federal law enforcement entities there are, the IRS has a huge law enforcement agency, Bureau of Land Management, federal park rangers. There's like 40 different branches of federal park rangers. It's amazing. But so far, only the ones I talked about, BZ, announced that they will now be able to perform immigration enforcement. Out of those 10,000, the military transport aircraft, yeah, you are a smartass, being deployed to the U.S. Transportation Command to assist Homeland Security with deportation flights for illegal aliens from San Diego, California, El Paso, Texas. They will include 2 C-130s and 2 C-17s so far. So now we have the air support starting to come in with some of the immigration assistance. Reading chat. I stop reading chat when I'm by myself. When I have other people on, I can read a lot more and be able to go back and forth. But I focus in so much on chat because you all have such good stuff to say. It's a lot of fun over in chat. Let's see. And by the way, for everyone who doesn't know, Wednesday night, my rule on the show is going to be this. If I have a guest, I'll do 2 hours. If I don't have a guest, I'm going to keep it 1 hour. And part of that is a little bit of self-protection. It's a long day. I start at 4 o'clock in the morning, and here it is 8 o'clock at night, and I got a lot of stuff to go do before I go to bed. So more great work being done on the border. And do you remember, I think it was 2 years ago or so, back when the Biden administration was still saying the border was not a crisis, back when they were saying the border was fine, everybody's acting up too much. Everybody's just, you're worrying too much. The border, there's nothing going on the border. It's not a crisis. And they made Texas, who at that point started enforcing their own border because the federal government would not. And they started putting these barriers up to keep illegal immigrants from coming across the river, the Rio Grande. Part of the problem That's a legitimate problem, is the massive amount of people who were drowning. Why were they trying to cross there? Because they weren't going through the ports of entry. And they were pulling people out regularly, including young children. People would try to cross, not being able to swim, bringing young children with them, and they would drown. So as a deterrent, and they were still able to conduct life-saving rescues with this barrier up. They put this barrier up, and it was working. And then the Biden administration said, no more. You have to take that down. It's illegal. But it wasn't illegal. It was more of an executive order, and they were threatened to sue. But now you see it going back into place. Governor Abbott tweeted this out. They are putting them back in place to deter more people and keep them on the other side of the river. Do you see the difference between leadership and not leadership? When all of a sudden you have the right person in charge, our borders can actually be secure. And it does save lives. It does save lives. And all of this is a message. Look, we talked about with immigration, as soon as Biden and Harris got elected, they weren't even in office yet, and the caravan started, not only from South America, but from overseas. Why? Because they talked about opening the border. It wasn't hard to figure out. It wasn't difficult to figure out. They knew they were going to be soft on the border. They said, we're going to turn every single Trump EO over, undo them. And everyone knew what that meant. Borders open, guys. And they responded. They responded like we said they would respond. I wasn't on the air a couple of years ago, but I think I made a couple of appearances on certain people's shows and talked about it. But also conversationally. And now, like I said, over 10 million that we know got over the border illegally, that we know about. It's all estimates. And you have all of these changes. All of them. And it's for a positive change. It's for preserving our nation. And unfortunately, one of the things that people don't talk about is the Trump administration has to go hard to undo all the damage that was done by the Biden administration. Look, if the Biden administration actually dealt with border intelligently, Trump wouldn't have to do everything that he was doing or that he is doing, because it would have been dealt with intelligently. But that wasn't the case. As I talked about earlier, there was a goal, and that goal was plain and simple: to flood this country with illegals, to change how this country votes for the future. And now that's being undone. And speaking of south of the border, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is on his way to Panama, apparently. If he hasn't left yet, he's supposed to be leaving here shortly to talk about the Panama Canal, which Trump wants to bring back under American control. Again, changes being made. The Department of Government Efficiency posted today on X, $784 million in taxpayer dollars for the new U.S. Embassy in the South Sudan, initiated in 2023. This is not a reasonable expenditure. $784 million to build an embassy. And I have a feeling that's not going to get built anymore. So now we're saving money. We're securing our borders. We're saving money. We're going to secure shipping, hopefully, in Panama. Yeah, I agree with Sean. I really think that Rubio looks different. We're going to make changes to better our own nation. And this is just another amount of winning. It's so funny that when you have the right goal, the right things happen. Once again, apparently after a call today with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, they're going to push a $600 billion investment with the U.S. So now we actually have money coming in. Do you see what happens when you have a change in leadership? This is a great Van Halen song. And here's a reminder of what happens under poor leadership. This is from Glenn Greenwald. I'll read it, but I want you to see it as well. Ukraine's chief army psychologist was arrested Tuesday on charges of stealing $1 million in foreign war aid. He bought apartment buildings, BMWs, and a $150,000 home. No wonder Dems and McConnell called Rand Paul a Kremlin agent for wanting an audit. Yeah. That was old leadership. That was a problem. And so when the chat, I mentioned Panama, the chat room starts, Jersey Joe brings up Van Halen, great song it is, and Biff, which is BZ, starts his own version of singing Panama. And now I don't know if I want to continue the show. I'm not going to lie. So we're seeing the controversy between old and new. And by the way, Trump's only been in office for 3 days. And if they do that $600 billion investment and we save 700 some odd billion dollars by not building that embassy in South Sudan, that's over $100 billion that we're in the green. We're in the black, rather, right there. That's a start, isn't it? My math's wrong. It's way more than that. I apologize. It's over $1 trillion, isn't it? No, it's not. It was $1 million in the. I had a thought, and it didn't work out so well. But $600 billion invested, and then we save almost $1 billion. That's still a good start. $601 billion in the black 3 days in. I'd say we're going in the right direction. And on top of all of that, Trump saved us from global warming. That was New Orleans a couple days ago. And the South was getting slammed with snow. And Florida, as Joe said, also hit with snow. Georgia got hit with snow. This is Baton Rouge at sundown tonight. This is Louisiana. I mean, it's amazing. Look at that. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. How did he turn global warming around? Pensacola Beach, Florida. Ready for this? When was the last time you saw snow in Pensacola Beach, Florida? It's amazing. That's snow up against the ocean. It's absolutely incredible to me. And look, I mean, I grew up on the East Coast, as you know, a lot of us did. And I can't ever tell you the last time it snowed in Florida. In Georgia. I think the northern part of Georgia and the hills got some snow here and there. Not too often. But see Louisiana, and I saw, not for it because I thought I had it. I saw a video out of Louisiana with a guy who built a giant snowman on his pickup truck and was driving around with it. It is, I'll tell you, when you live in a place that it doesn't snow and people react to it that don't normally see snow, they have a good time. And yeah, Jeremy, I understand. I grew up in the snow. I know what snow sick is. I know how you get tired of it. But, it's like going to Vegas in a way, right? If you live there, it's not the same experience. When you're there all the time, it's not you avoid the strip, yada yada yada. But when you don't get to go very often, you go and have fun. It's the same with the snow. New Orleans got 8 inches of snow. 8. That's a lot of snow in a city that deals with snow on a regular basis. Never mind New Orleans. Florida, I saw videos of the highway patrol just doing nothing but pulling people out of ditches. It's crazy, but it's fun. From Wisconsin, it could be from everywhere else. Yeah, like I said, I hear you, but to see snow and ice and places never once before, it's kind of cool. Look at this. This is a legit picture. I'll just give you a second. Turn down the sound. That's an alligator under ice with just his nose peeking out. I remember seeing this once before. A couple of years ago, I saw a video like that. I think it was from like northern North Carolina when they got hit with it. But I think that was, I want to say that was either Florida or Louisiana. So I hope you guys have fun. Be crazy, but not too crazy. Don't get hurt. Milton, Florida got 8 inches. There you go, Joe. Thank you. I don't know I don't know all the numbers, God's sakes. I'm not a weatherman, Joe. No, I think it's great. I'm glad you guys are having fun with it. I've seen so many. I'll tell you, even though I'm happy that Trump won, and I'm happy that Trump's in office right now, and we're going everything in the right directions. The last 4 or 5 months have been exhausting if you follow media news like we do, right? And even, you can party too much, but part of it's just how much we have to consume for our show, or if you go on other people's shows, or to do the social media, to write articles, whatever. You're just consuming all this media. And I love it. Don't get me wrong. That's why I do it. I really do love it. I really do enjoy it. However, every once in a while, you want to break. So for me to see all of these non-snowy areas, to see all these cities that don't normally get snow, have some snow, have some ice, to watch these videos of them all having a blast. And they're making snowmen, and the kids, especially the kids, to watch the kids who never seen, some of them never seen it, just going nuts and being silly. I just think it's, it's fun. It's enjoyable. Look, it's like a good news thing. And the nice part is it's in the South. It's probably going to be gone in 3 days, right? It'll warm up. The weather pattern will change. It'll go back to the normal weather, but it's fun. You're going to enjoy that. More good news. John Bolton no longer has Secret Service protection. And Trump rescinded it. Let's see. There are rumors, and we've talked about this before, and again, these are just rumors, but I want to see chat's response. There are rumors that there's serious consideration by Donald Trump to abolish the federal income tax. I've seen this a few times from a few different places yesterday. This time it was by Dominic Trippy, and he's a political writer and analyst, but he's not the only place I've seen that. I've seen that in other places. We've heard it kicked around before the election, but I will tell you right now, in chat, I want to know your feelings on what you think about Trump getting rid of the federal income tax. I know what I think. I think it'd be incredible. We survived without a federal income tax before. We can do it again. Yes, those costs will go up in some other places, but it becomes more of a consumption tax. It's more your choice on what you're willing to be taxed about versus not be taxed about. But I'll tell you right now, and if Trump passed and got rid of the federal income tax, there's not much he would need to do for the next 3.90 years to not be one of the great. I mean, he literally could just put the pen down right then and there. If he keeps immigration doing what it's doing, Doge cuts a whole bunch of money, and he gets rid of the federal income tax, Mount Rushmore, baby. He'd be going up on Mount Rushmore. There's no doubt about it. Oh, the chat room is just. And I don't know if he could pull it off. I don't know if he would get the votes. I don't know. I mean, I wish he would. I wish it would be a thing. I don't know if there's enough true conservatives to pull it off right now. But it would be absolutely incredible. So to wrap up the first 3 days, what was it, 115, I think, executive orders were signed. DEI is dying on a federal level. The border's getting secured. Deportations have started. Trump, well, there's rumors that he's going to get rid of the income tax. The South was able to enjoy a snowy couple of days. And so far, we're off to a good start. Oh, Lincoln Riley Act was passed. I completely forgot about that. I think that goes to Trump's desk in the next day or so. Are you tired of winning yet? Are you tired of winning? I'm not tired of that. I'm not tired of winning. And this is just the start. Doge is already starting. He ordered federal workers back to work. This is all stuff he said he was going to do, and he's doing it. I think it's just the people that are shocked make me laugh. Like, Trump did a lot of what he said he was going to do last time. Maybe not everything, but he tried pretty hard. You knew who he was. You knew what he wanted to do. And this time, he's a lame duck president, technically. He's not going to run again. So why wouldn't he pull out all the stops? That's what people voted for. That's what they wanted. That's why he won the popular vote. That's why he won the Electoral College. That's why he's more popular with people of color in this country than any conservative has been. Because jobs are going to come back, and they know that. That's why he's more popular with everybody. It's going to be safer. Jobs are coming back. He's doing what he said he was going to do. And I'll tell you something, for all of you future candidates, for all of you future presidential candidates or politicians in general, this is when you have a president that actually does what he says he's going to do and follows through, you better keep up the pace, because people, they're not going to turn back, and they're not going to accept it well. Make sure you check out, of course, 9 o'clock Pacific, noon on the East Coast. Tomorrow morning, we have Mission Ready Men. Tomorrow night, right here on SHR Media, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 the East Coast. I'm just kidding. I didn't freeze. You have the BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. Friday night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. 9 on the East Coast. I haven't even been drinking. Maybe that's the problem. You're the Reaver of Common Sense. All those great shows right here on the SHR Media Network. Make sure you check them out. Also, check out our good friends over at KLRN Radio. That's going to be it for me. I'll be back Monday, 9 p.m. How do you let me try that again. I'll be back Monday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. Tell you, I'm tired, man. It's been a long couple of days. Ready for a long siesta. Have a great week. Have a great weekend. I'll see you on Monday. Thank you to everybody who joined me in chat. As always, a pleasure. Please like and subscribe. Have a good week and take care.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
And you are now, hopefully, if we did it right, behind enemy lines. Hey there, how you doing, everybody? Gene Berardelli, Ross Galloway here. Are you there, pal? Ground control to Major Galloway.
Oh, man, for those of you guys that are watching this and looking at the chat, Gene already tried to throw me under the bus, saying that my bandwidth might not be good enough.
Well, the spoils go to the victor, my friend. As you see, I have declared myself the victor of the great BEL Beard War of 2024. I'm the last man standing right here.
You definitely beat me so far. It's a long year, though. Lots of game left.
Galloway gave in to domesticity. That's all I got to say about that. He caved. He bailed. He
I had a pose for my pardon picture. Had to be clean.
Yes, and congratulations for that. Okay, so new face, new life, new year. I totally get it. That'll
start.
There you go. So how was your week? You had a good first week?
So good, man. I'm having a blast.
It's been a fun first week. There's been so much news that we often talked about the Ross Galloway theory of news coverage. And do me a favor, explain it to the people what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned, because I heard some people talking about on the news earlier today, and they were using different terminology. But the one of the phrases I may have coined or heard from somebody smarter than me years ago, and I've used it since, was the tennis ball theory, right? Like, pretend you're on the receiving end of a tennis ball machine, and if it's shooting one ball every few seconds, you can return them. But if you have 20 tennis ball machines shooting rapid fire at you, you can't hit them all back. Right now, Donald Trump is firing on all cylinders. He has 20 tennis ball machines. The media can't keep up. The Democrats can't keep up. AOC is melting down. MSNBC is more unwatchable than it's ever been. And it's great. I'm loving every minute of this.
Jim Acosta is seeing a career resurgence. We're seeing all kinds of buffoons on the Democrat side in the Senate that we've been talking about for weeks now on the channel. And it's also been on our website, www.behindenemy.lines. Behind Enemy Lines. That used to be the website. It's buffoonoftheweek.com. I screwed it up, pal. The website's been pumping. We've been putting up so much content. I'm tired, pal. I am so tired of all the content we're putting up daily on the site.
And it's amazing. I hope it doesn't stop, right? In years past, doing a show every week, it's really for our own therapy, really. It's therapeutic for us. But doing one show a week used to be fine because you recap all the highlights. News doesn't break, 24/7. But I've heard it called Trump time. In Trump time, even if you did a show every day, you wouldn't be able to keep up with this guy.
Oh, it's more
and
like
it's been like that for years now.
It's more like bullet time, pal. There's something new happening all the time, whether it be Trump doing something or a reaction to Trump doing something. But then you add in other cast of characters like Elon Musk and reacting to him, and Vivek Ramaswamy, news that he broke this week as well. But all the videos that we do here on the channel, the next day it goes up on buffoonoftheweek.com. You can see right now we did a show this morning on Macy Hirono. We talked about Joe Biden's preemptive pardons, and we're talking about what's going on with the Senate confirmation hearings. Like, I'll just click on an article here right now about what happened with Pete Hegseth. And as you see, as you go through the article, there's the box right there to watch the video. Check it out, buffoonoftheweek.com. We're just getting started with doing things with it, folks. Check it out. Put it into your morning blog roll. I know that I have a morning blog roll that I go through. I check the Post, I check the Washington Post, I check the New York Times, I check a bunch of different papers, a bunch of different websites, Politico and out there. Put this into your daily blog roll. There's only going to be one story a day coming out on it right now until I clone myself. But it's going to be fun. I hope you check it out, buffoonoftheweek.com. So that takes care of, some of the BS we got going on here in Buffoon of the Week land. Do you want to get into some news, or do you have any more, got any more bullshit as people come in? We got, good group of people coming in right now. Let us know where you are in the chat. If you're on X, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Rumble, shout it out. Let us know where you're listening to us from. And if you haven't already, of course, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of the shows. And if you like what you see in this video, smash that thumbs up button. Did you guys snow, by the way, down south where you are? Oh,
we did 6 inches. I'm south of the Mason-Dixon line, and 6 inches, unreal.
You thought you escaped it, and you couldn't do it.
It came back with me from New York. It's funny because I was in the tri-state area, New York, New Jersey area last weekend for a family event, and it was snowing up there. I was like, all right, I can't wait to get out of here and come back. 6 inches of snow where I live.
How are the people coping with the snow?
To be honest, the southern states get a bad rap, but they're pretty good from what I've seen. The roads in some of the smaller town areas, they still have snow on them, but it's going to be 50 degrees probably tomorrow afternoon, so it'll be gone. So you take a day off, you chill, the school's closed, they did the right thing. It's not like when we were kids in New York. You could have 6 feet of snow, the school wasn't closing. There was no e-learning or virtual classes.
Oh, you know what? The blizzard of 96, pal. I vividly remember having to walk to Sheepshead Bay High School in Brooklyn. 84% of the teachers were out. I remember. It's burned into my brain. So but you know what? We lived in an age where we actually got snow days and we didn't lose out because there was virtual learning available. So thank God for small favors. So, my friend, what do you want to start out with first? We got a nice smorgasbord of news to talk about. We can talk about Trump's first week. We can talk about the aforementioned Jim Acosta. We can talk about AOC. We can talk about what the hell's going on in Minnesota and how they're fighting against democracy there under Tim Walz. What's your pleasure, pal? Dealer's
So
choice.
much, man. So much. And I think we should touch on the pardons, right? I mean, on both, there was 2 sets of pardons right out of the box, a day apart. Let's start there, actually, real quick.
Yeah, let's start with let's start with the Biden preemptive pardons. We
Yes.
did you know what? This is actually a great time to go to buffoonoftheweek.com and check out the article about Joe Biden's preemptive pardons. Let me pull that up on the screen right here, and we can discuss it. This is why we have a website. This is what we should be doing with it, for goodness sakes. So, from the staff at buffoonoftheweek.com, a.k.a. me.
I was going to say, it's a one-man team.
a.k.a. me. Corrupt right to the end. Joe's preemptive and presumptive, I guess, pardons taint legacy. In the final moments, as President Joe Biden issued a series of controversial preemptive pardons, which quickly ignited a fierce debate. Along with the broader implications that these preemptive pardons that extended to the president's own family, many are debating the effect these self-serving pardons will have on the outgoing president's legacy. And as you see through the article, by the way, there's the video we did on it. It's up on Rumble right now. That's from the Rumble player, because we're not linking with an equal opportunity linker. Biden's list of last-minute preemptive pardons included high-profile public figures such as General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and members of the J6 Select Committee like Liz Cheney and Benny Thompson, and I believe Adam Schiff as well, and even certain members of his own family, Jim Biden and other siblings and their spouses. Previously, the president had also pardoned his son Hunter, as we all know, after he was convicted on federal charges. I call this Biden's final act of hypocrisy, pal. What do you think about this?
I mean, hypocrisy, I say this like every time this topic comes up. That's like a given, hypocrisy. But this is worse. I mean, I understand the Constitution says that the president's pardon power is plenary, right? Like he gets to do whatever he wants pretty much. But this one reeks. And even Democrats have to admit that these pardons stink, especially the ones for his own family, right? The only preemptive pardon that most people can point to, including most historians and political commentators, is the Nixon pardon from Gerald Ford, which was sort of preemptive, right? But that was on the heels of President Nixon and the Watergate scandal. President Nixon resigned from office, right? So there's something to be said, because even the federal government does that when they are doing corruption cases against politicians. A lot of times, if a politician agrees to resign from office and the offense isn't, a violent offense, it was something more white collar, they won't even prosecute because that's punishment enough, right? But in the Biden era, these preemptive pardons, no one was even seriously talking about specific charges against any of these people. As far as we know, there's no active investigations even happening. To compound the problem, most of these preemptive pardons, he backdated them to 2014 for a lot of them, which is corrupt as you can get. That predates his presidency, right? For what?
Absolutely.
What crimes would have been committed since 2014 for Biden's family?
What is the significance of the year 2014 as it pertains to Biden Inc., Mr. Galloway?
Well, I know Biden Inc. was heavily involved in the happenings in a country called Ukraine during that time period. There's his own government officials in congressional hearings, I forgot the woman's name, admitted that there were biolabs, there's still biolabs in Ukraine that are funded by the United States government, right, that we can't allow to fall into the hands of the Russians. Hunter Biden had his hands all over that stuff. His whole family had shell companies and were receiving payments, including the big guy, Joe Biden himself, received a indirect payment through money laundering and shell companies of $40,000, right? And his brother repaid a loan that there's no proof was ever given to him and no interest ever paid, right? So full circle here, Gene, because by the way, the one that gets me the worst is Dr. Fauci, because that man deserves to hang in a public square after a fair trial, of course. But Joe Biden didn't pardon himself. Now, whether that was an oversight, dementia, or he doesn't think he has long to go, he didn't pardon himself. And all of these people are tied to him. Like I said, Congressman Comer pretty much let the evidence out already that Biden himself received funds through this money laundering scheme. So buckle up. I think the DOJ under Donald Trump should absolutely go after Joe Biden. And if any classified documents happen to leave the White House, he gets a deadline of like an hour to bring him back, or we raid his house like they did to Mar-a-Lago.
I totally get what you're saying on that. And it remains to be seen if Trump is going to move forward or if he is going to settle that score. I think he'd be well within his right to investigate this because this does have the smack of corruption to it. Let's go back in time, though, Mr. Galloway. Let's go back in time to probably a more complicated time. Let's go back to December of 2020, when then President-elect Joe Biden and his Vice President-elect Kamala Harris appeared on CNN with Jake Tapper to discuss the news that Donald Trump, actually it wasn't really news, it was speculation that Donald Trump was looking into whether or not he could preemptively pardon his own family and close confidants like Rudy Giuliani.
Reportedly considering a wave of preemptive pardons. Does this concern you? All these preemptive pardons?
Well, it concerns me in terms of it, what kind of precedent it sets and how the rest of the world looks at us as a nation of laws and justice. You're not going to see in our administration that kind of approach to pardons, nor are you going to see in our administration the approach to making policy by tweets. It's just going to be a totally different way in which we approach the justice system.
Well, that aged like warm milk now, didn't it, pal?
Yeah. This man claimed he would never do that and then did it. And I know we're going to talk about Donald Trump in a few. Donald Trump actually ran on saying he would pardon people, and he did, right? So that's a big difference. One guy said he would never do it. The other guy saying he will do it, and then they both did it anyway, right? So who's full of crap on this one? By the way, the other pardons that we didn't talk about, which is astonishing too, Joe Biden tries to paint himself as the rule of law guy, right? I believe in the system. I believe in the jury trial in the Department of Justice until he doesn't, right? He also pardoned 37 federal death row inmates. Not pardoned, he commuted their sentences, right, to give them life in prison. Oh, well, some people are saying, well, life in prison might actually be worse. That's good. They're never going to get out. Okay. But he also released several cop killers the other day. A guy who killed 2 FBI agents, another guy who killed a Virginia state trooper. He just let him out of federal prison, right? So there's no such thing as a life sentence when you got leftists who pardon cop killers, right? I don't want to hear about the January 6th pardons for minor offenses and in some cases made up offenses for the obstruction of an official proceeding, which was thrown out by the Supreme Court. Right? I don't want to hear about that shit. Donald Trump said he was going to do it, and he did it. This guy is corrupt. The most pardons in modern history, I think, ever. It was over 2,000 pardons and clemencies when you add up all Biden's one term. He did. It's insanity.
I just want to give one example of what you're talking about here, pal. And this came out in the New York Post today. The headline says, Biden grants clemency to drug dealer convicted in double slaying of 8-year-old boy and his mom, sparking outrage even from Democrats. So one of the pardons that you just talked about very bad people, was a Connecticut drug kingpin convicted in the deaths of an 8-year-old boy and his mother. He got clemency at the 11th hour. His name is Adrian Peeler. He's from Bridgeport, Connecticut. He was serving 25 years in state prison on conspiracy charges in the deaths of Karen Clark and her 8-year-old son, B.J. Brown, back in January of 1999. The two had been slated to testify a month later against Peeler's brother, who also is a drug kingpin named Russell Peeler. He was on trial for killing Clark's boyfriend and another rival dealer. So obviously we're dealing with some really high upstanding people in this situation. This is a prime example of what Joe Biden let out of jail. Peeler served his 25 years on the conspiracy conviction and then was transferred to the federal prison system to serve out his 35-year sentence for dealing cocaine. So this was part of Joe Biden's release of drug dealers, trying to make it all seem like they're all, just, upstanding citizens got caught up in the drug war that he created himself, by the way. It's like this. Look at it. This kid is gone, and Joe Biden let his killer out
for a second chance, right? But they wanted to keep the leader of the Proud Boys locked up for 20 years. For what? He wasn't even at the Capitol, right? And they're outraged.
By the way, here's a quote from Dick Blumenthal, who's the senator, one of the senators from Connecticut, former attorney general as well. It seems to me that someone dropped the ball here to let this person get released. Blumenthal was the attorney general when I was in law school up in Connecticut in like 2001, 2002. So he probably knows this case very well. This was a really vicious murder that changed our laws, says Blumenthal. It also highlights how we need to take a look at the pardon system to see how it can be improved. Do you think the pardon system needs to be improved?
It's a tough one, man, because I appreciate. Let me tell you what I think needs to be improved before we get too deep into the pardons, because I think this would actually resolve some of this. I don't agree with the current view that double jeopardy does not come into effect when you are charged both by the state and the federal government for just about the same crime, right? I just don't think that makes sense, and it creates it actually puts pressure on the pardon system in a lot of ways, because when you have someone who truly deserves a pardon but is charged by both the state and the federal government, only the federal side can cure that ill, if you will, right? So that's one problem with the pardon system and the double jeopardy clause as it's currently interpreted. But then fast forward, should the president have king-like powers when it comes to pardons? I don't think we've ever seen it abused this way. So now it is a valid question, right? But which president is going to want to give up this power and not be able to use it for himself and his family and his friends now, right? Joe Biden, much like what the Democrats have done throughout recent history, meaning the last 50 years or so, they set these dangerous precedents, right? And then when Republicans follow the precedent, they get labeled the bad guy, right? The nuclear option, eliminating the filibuster for certain federal judges, and then the Supreme Court, and now nominees, and then we're flirting with just getting rid of the filibuster altogether. It's always the Democrats that initiate it, and the Republicans have to play along, and then we get labeled the bad guy. Should Donald Trump push the Congress and the states to try to amend the Constitution to fix the pardon power? I think it's worth looking at, right? I don't know how I don't know how you would fix it though, because with the state being also able to charge you for the same crime, it almost doesn't make a difference.
Well, the question becomes, what is the check on the president when it comes to these pardons? There really is no constitutional check for it. I don't think that there should be. I think the pardon system is fine. This is the get out of jail free card that everybody's been using since the birth of our nation. And we just have to remember those moments when it is abused and remind people later on of that hypocrisy going forward. Hopefully the shaming of Joe Biden in this respect will do the trick here. Just before we head over to the other side of the aisle when it comes to pardons and talking about President
I just want to
Trump's
close the loop on that topic real quick before we go to that too.
Yeah. Well, just real quick, I'll let you get the last word. I just want to show this to you and give a little solace to those out there who think that the Biden family and Fauci and Liz Cheney and all of them, they got off virtually scot-free. And they did in a procedural sense, but this is what I tell people about these preemptive pardons. This is a Supreme Court case from 1915, Burdick versus United States. I'm not going to make everybody read the whole thing. I am going to highlight one section here. And that's this paragraph right here. I'm going to highlight it so you guys can see it. There are substantial differences between legislative immunity and a pardon. The latter carries an imputation of guilt and acceptance of a confession of it, while the former is noncommittal and tantamount to silence of the witness. If all these people accepted this pardon, the Liz Cheneys, the Anthony Faucis, the Biden family, the Adam Kinzingers, the Adam Schiffs, the Benny Thompsons, the Mark Millies, if they accepted this pardon, then they have confessed to the guilt of some offense. That's what the law says. Biden said in his statement about the pardons that there should be no guilt attached to the granting or acceptance of these preemptive pardons. Sorry, Jack, that's not what the law says. So if you want to go around and say the Biden crime family, you can say that legally and it's not defamatory, because by accepting these pardons based upon the Supreme Court, they committed an offense, they confessed to it, and they have this imputation of guilt that is with them for life. Small solace, I know, but I just wanted to put that out there to everybody. You can get the last word on this topic, pal.
Yeah, and I think it's sad because in a perfect world, I would agree with that Supreme Court decision. But it speaks to the fact that most people do not trust the Department of Justice, nor do they trust the jury trial, the jury system, right? And that's a shame, because we always say like we have the worst system of government or the worst system of criminal justice, except for all the other ones, right? We're the best of the worst. But now so many people don't trust it that if I got offered a pardon, even though I did nothing wrong, I would probably take it too. I don't care what that Supreme Court decision says. The part that I wanted to close what I was saying before was why the pardon system is broken, even if we limited the president's powers on this. So they received federal pardons, and I'm talking about the Biden people right now, but the same thing could be said of the Trump pardons. So they received these federal pardons, but there's already chatter on the Republican side, and I think rightfully so, that a lot of these people can be prosecuted in state courts for similar offenses. The Biden family, Dr. Fauci, Idaho, there's a representative of Idaho right now talking about prosecuting Fauci, right, for a lot of the stuff that he is pardoned for on the federal level. So is that the right way to do business? Probably not, but it's another precedent that the Democrats set by having county district attorneys, and there's thousands of them across the country, prosecuting people now, regardless of whether they got a federal pardon. It's irrelevant, right? Because the state governors get to decide on the state level, right? So more power to the Republicans, by the way. Do it. They did it to us. Do it to them.
It's certainly uncharted waters when it comes to the shoe being on the other foot here when it comes to pardons. We're going to continue on with this discussion of pardons right now. Before we get to the other side of the coin here, remember to please, everybody, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, like, share the show with your friends, all the good stuff to help the channel grow as we have been for the past couple of years, little by little, inch by inch. Yes, this is our therapy, but we're glad that you're listening to our griping and whining. On the other side of the coin, while Joe Biden is commuting sentences and granting pardons to killers of children and drug dealers, his own family, and issuing preemptive pardons, Donald Trump is issuing pardons of his own to many people who were convicted or awaiting trial based upon the events of January 6, 2021. And this has created a career resurgence for those talking heads on the left, like Jim Acosta and others, who are crying and wailing and bitching and moaning about all things Trump and how Trump is the bad guy. Even in light of all these bad pardons that barely batted an eye, they barely batted an eyelash at this, pal. And I don't know why people aren't just seeing the hypocrisy of this buffoonery here.
So I think they are. I don't think Donald Trump won, right? Donald Trump wasn't pussyfooting around with what he was going to do about January 6th, right? He said what he was going to do, and he won. He won a majority of the popular vote. So CNN and MSNBC and the Democrats can keep on crying about January 6th. The American people know it doesn't even pop on the charts during the election time of a top issue for anyone, right? It was by definition, January 6th was a mostly peaceful protest. Did they go over the line? Yes. We've said it here. The first wave of people that broke into the Capitol, completely over the line. But what's the penalty for that? What is the penalty for destroying a little government property, which we watched happen throughout the whole summer of 2020? What is the penalty for a little destruction of public property and trespassing? Is it 3 years in jail? Is it 10 years in jail? These people were mostly convicted or bullied to plead guilty on obstruction of an official proceeding, a law that had nothing to do with what they were charged with. It's a law that was designed for during an investigation, if you destroy paperwork during the investigation. It was a white-collar crime law that they misinterpreted. The Supreme Court ruled that cannot be used against January 6ers. So, by the way, and I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, So what happened after the Supreme Court struck down that charge on all the January 6th defendants? They all got resentenced. And instead of the sentencing reflecting the misdemeanor charges of like trespassing or whatever it was, and them being served concurrently, when they got resentenced, in a lot of cases, they were sentenced to consecutive 1-year terms for 2 federal misdemeanors. So they would still get a 2 or 3 year sentence, even though the primary charge was thrown out by the Supreme Court. This whole thing was a hoax from beginning to end. Mostly peaceful protest. Prove me wrong.
I mean, yeah, mostly peaceful protest. We used that for the Summer of Love and BLM, and that certainly didn't get any similar justice, quote unquote, out of that. And to me, the problem with talking about these January 6th cases is they all get lumped together, right? There were violent people there that were destroying property and actively interfering, like you said. And then there were others who got caught up in this moment, who had their lives turned upside down, who had their families' lives turned upside down with federal search warrants and different allegations and being lumped into the portion of these people that were committing violent acts, who will never get that time back again. Yet the discussion around January 6th is simply shock and horror from the left, and they keep lumping in everybody into the same group. If you were just there, you were a violent insurrectionist, according to the left. And that's reflected in this discussion with Jim Acosta, who, like I said, I have him on the screen right now. He's seeing a career resurgence since Donald Trump is back in town and running things. And I think he's talking with Congressman Burchett about the Trump pardons for these January 6th defendants and those who were convicted and those who were awaiting charges. Listen to the hyperbole of Acosta here in this interview. It's like it just happened yesterday to him. It's so palpable, and his righteous indignation is just completely over the top.
You defend what Donald Trump did, releasing these people from prison, pardoning them, commuting their sentences. Yes or no?
Again, what I just said, he's asking about all of them, lumping them all together. Do you agree with these pardons? Yes or no? How can anyone answer that without knowing the facts of each single individual that received a pardon?
I would just say yes. All of them.
Well, Burchett does not have the strength of character that you have, my friend. He waffles and equivocates, and he basically worries himself into a corner. And Acosta, say what you want about him being a hack and all that. He knows what he's doing in these. He senses weakness. He knows when he has his prey in front of him.
It was the last person to leave the Capitol grounds, the floor of the Capitol, last member of Congress on January 6th when all this went down. I was offended as anybody. If they crossed those barriers, they were breaking the law. But you got to realize, too, they were charged under federal law. Many of them never even saw their day in court and were sitting in a jail cell. So the whole thing is
Congressman,
bad news. But you
Congressman,
also,
I asked you a yes or no question. Do you agree with President Trump's decision to pardon these violent people and releasing them from jail?
Okay, bad question by Acosta there, in my opinion, because now he's only narrowing it down to the violent people. Well, who are the violent people? We know some were convicted. We know some weren't. If you want to just say all violent people shouldn't have gotten a pardon, okay, but Joe Biden pardoned a child killer.
Yeah,
where's the segment of the interview about that?
Yeah, and what's the appropriate sentence for violence, right? Violence goes from, according to the left, words, all the way up to killing someone, right? So what's the appropriate sentence for shaking a barricade and a cop spraining his thumb? How many years in jail do you get for that, right? Talk to the NYPD. How often they're getting into fights with perps and they never get prosecuted, the criminals there, right? How many people got prosecuted when they were throwing firebombs at St. John's Church in front of the White House and hurting Secret Service agents and Park Police? How many of those people got prosecuted for violence then? And if they did, what was the appropriate sentence, right? Never accept the premise of these guys' questions, ever.
How many people were convicted and given a similar sentence for firebombing a federal courthouse in Portland, Oregon? I mean, you want to talk about federal land? That seems pretty apt. How many people were convicted or even charged at this point for showing up before Supreme Court justices' houses, trying to break in with burglary tools that were intended to break into the house and then bring harm to those justices.
How many non-violent offenders or accused spent time in pretrial confinement in this age of no cash bail, right? How many of those people for non-violent offenses are sitting in a DC jail for years waiting for a trial? In the age of no cash bail and the pressure for a speedy trial, right? How many of those people are there, Jim?
Let's see what happens with Birch's answer here.
If they were truly violent, no, but do I know that they were? I don't know that.
What do you mean you don't know that? We're showing the footage on the air right now. Congressman, you were there that day. There are offenders on January 6th who violently beat police officers. There are offenders who are convicted of seditious conspiracy. That is the truth.
This is a political world, Jim, and I don't remember you all on CNN condemning Joe Biden for commuting the sentences of murderers and child molesters, which he did, and you all
Congressman,
refused,
I'm not asking you about that. Congressman, we talked about Joe Biden's pardons.
You never do,
Congressman,
Jim.
we did talk about it. We talked about Joe Biden's pardons.
Oh, Jim, you did not. You all read your report from the Democrat National Committee, as you always do,
that
and
is
you attack
absolutely
Americans.
false. Congressman, are you going to respond and say whether or not it is right to let these people out of jail?
I don't know if it is or not. I'm not a lawyer, but I'll tell you what isn't right.
You're a congressman. You're a member of Congress. You're an elected official. Take a stand.
They were not given due process. I told you if they crossed the line, they were trespassers. Should they rot in jail for the rest of their lives in a federal penitentiary
not
and never be
trespassing,
charged?
beating police officer, tasing police officers,
Jim,
seditious conspiracy.
What you're forgetting to say is the ones that he didn't release. Why did he not release those? There are several that he did. This blanket thing you're all talking about is not a blanket. It's not a blanket pardon. There were several that he didn't for those very same reasons. Why are you not focusing on them?
Congressman, we're talking about the leader of the Oath Keepers, the leader of the Proud Boys. They should be released from prison?
Well, let's talk about Enrique Tarrio for a second, who wasn't even in D.C. on January 6th. Yet he was sentenced for conspiracy, I believe it was, serving multiple years, and I'm trying to get the rationale of that. Why shouldn't Enrique Tarrio be granted a commutation of his sentence or a pardon or whatever it was here? Well, I don't get why he should rot in jail, according to Jim Acosta, yet he's completely avoiding discussing the murderers and, the child killer we saw as well. I'm focused on that one. But all of the violent criminals that Joe Biden released, not to mention the preemptive pardons we had just talked about.
Well, Enrique, who happens to be Cuban, was accused, not officially, right, because he got charged with seditious conspiracy, which is a bogus charge. He wasn't even there. He was accused for a while of being a non-white leader of the white supremacist group called the Proud Boys, which is so astonishingly absurd that it has to be mentioned now, right? That's why he wound up getting like a 20-year sentence. Who knows what evidence they had against him? Seditious conspiracy. Do I think the government sucks and that they should get slapped around figuratively, maybe? Yeah, if I type that out in a text and the FBI intercepts it, I can be charged with seditious conspiracy with the other person that I was going back and forth with, right? So that's a bogus charge. They went after him because they think the Proud Boys was a white supremacist group. Spoiler alert, a lot of their members are not white, dummies.
I am now deleting every text that Galloway has sent me in the past year, just to make sure I don't get caught up in a conspiracy charge. Because that's the world we're living in right now. Because the law had been stretched to its breaking point in a lot of these cases. You talked about the upcharging and the novel theories of criminality that were brought about this, similar to what happened to Donald Trump in the New York trial and in Georgia and the other D.C. trial with Jack Smith. It's all the same contortion of the law that we saw that turned minor offenses into offenses that carry multiple years in prison. Let's get back to the video.
What about the leader of the FBI? What about the FBI agents that were on the grounds, that were in that mess?
Congressman,
that were
the leader of the
orchestrate
FBI
that?
was not rioting at the Capitol that day and beating up police officers. Whatever happened to Back the Blue? I want to show this. The Fraternal Order of Police another police organization out there, the International Organization of Police Chiefs. We can show that up on screen. That would be great. They both say that what President Trump did is wrong. They're deeply discouraged by these pardons. And I want to ask you,
Jim, if they broke the law, they ought
happened
to be in jail. If they broke the law, they ought to be in jail.
Okay,
you spring this stuff on me. I don't know. I haven't seen the tapes of these individuals of what they
happened
did.
to Back the Blue? What happened to backing police officers? Your party has said time and again, we back the blue. It sounds like you let down the blue. You're betraying the blue.
Jim, why don't you just give an editorial and not let me come on? Look, what happened in the last 4 years with police? What happened with all the riots that took place all across the country? Police officers were murdered. Courthouses were burned. Over 22 police cars were burned. Yet no one went to jail for that. Where's your crocodile tears for that? No,
Congressman,
you're engaging
in a game. You're engaging in a game of whataboutism. People were obviously prosecuted after those riots.
Every day, all you've done
what
is
we're doing at CNN. We didn't storm the Capitol. These people did, and President Trump let them out of jail. Why not just say you were wrong, Mr. President? Say it. Why can't you say it?
Jim, as I said, individually, I don't know the case, but on several he did not release from jail. Why are you not putting the story out on that and saying it's a blanket? Show me the tapes of these individuals beating police officers.
We're showing it right now.
Yeah, we can really identify in these videos who's who and what they're doing. Burchett is kind of correct here in saying that show me an individual example you want to talk about, and let's talk about it. But Jim Acosta wants to do a blanket statement, talking about back the blue and all this stuff, talking in absolute. I believe it was the great warrior poet Obi-Wan Kenobi who said, only a Sith deals in absolutes. Only the bad guys see things in black and white and doesn't recognize the gradation of issues that are being lumped together by the media here into one giant mess of a story.
Yeah. Burchett's a good guy. Let me just start with that. But he's in over his head here. He's not one of the most aggressive people we have, right? You don't get sucked into these conversations with these people. You go in there with some facts and some talking points, and you turn around every question on them, right? Why was the January 6th committee, why did they all get pardons? And why did they delete all the evidence that they collected? Why? Because it turns out that not all police are good guys, and they don't all act the right way all the time. Now, I love the police, but during the January 6th committee hearings, especially some of the closed door ones, it was revealed, and Tucker Carlson did a great job of documenting a lot of this, that the police fired tear gas into crowds that could not disperse, right? Riling them up and causing confrontations. A lot of the videos that CNN is showing are showing police hitting people with sticks. Were some of the January 6th people somewhat violent? Yes. The only person killed on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt at the hands of Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd. That's the only one, right? So if you want to talk about violence, let's talk about that, right? I don't want to talk about people who are rocking barricades and they got sentenced. They did time in jail. You can go and slap an NYPD officer in the face tonight, and you will not spend time on Rikers Island waiting for your trial. You will be released on no cash bail, and if the DA decides to prosecute you, you will not do as much time as any one of those January 6th defendants. Period. What's next, Acosta? Next question.
Well, believe it or not, Jim Acosta is the prototypical hack. I actually use him as a case study in my book, Schnooks, Screws, Lies, and Scoundrels, a field guide to identifying political buffoons, available right now on Amazon, at Barnes & Noble, and other online bookstores, also available at shop.buffoonoftheweek.com. I just want to read something here about Acosta's tactics, because you saw the framing that he was doing here. He was creating his own personal narrative that he wanted to stick to, very narrow. Didn't want to talk about J6 in its totality, as you just did, Ross, talking about what the J6 committee did, testimony behind closed doors, what was released, what wasn't released, the novel theories of criminality that came from federal prosecutors on all this. He wanted to keep the scope of the discussion very narrow, and that was intentional, because that is the narrative that is the light most favorable to Democrats. Now, so there's a quote here in the book talking about Jim Acosta. this is from Acosta's own book, by the way. Listen to the dramatics of this. Talking about Donald Trump. I'll never forget what I saw on the campaign trail and what I have witnessed covering the Trump presidency. Even now, more than 2 years into his presidency, that's when he wrote the book, it's still shocking to remember Trump as a presidential candidate saying he could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and get away with it. It's still shocking to remember him describing Mexican undocumented immigrants as rapists and still escaping the kind of accountability that would have knocked anyone else out of the race. This is a man with a grudge, okay, against all things Trump, has had it since 2015. Jim Acosta, though, he doesn't have, he has some unclean hands as well. This is a statement, I believe, from a fellow journalist. His name is Frank Miele, talking about Jim Acosta. Pardon me for not joining the journalistic pack and defending the divine right of reporters like Acosta to act as buffoonishly as possible without suffering consequences. I know that is the response de rigueur for editors when someone like Acosta goes out of bounds. But I bring nearly 4 decades of experience in community journalism to the table, and to me, Acosta is just one more self-important reporter who gives a bad name to the hardworking journalists who take their job more seriously than their haircut. Jim Acosta loves his beautiful narratives. He loves pushing them. And wouldn't you know it, he was relegated to a weekend show during the Biden years. And here he is coming back to the forefront of CNN's coverage of Donald Trump. I'm shocked. This is my shocked face right here.
There's one more pardon that I just want to touch on briefly because it was in the news, but everybody's talking about these other ones. Is the Donald Trump pardon of Ross Ulbricht, leader of the Libertarian Party once upon a time. I'm torn on this one because I think he did. So real briefly, he invented a website called Silk Road, and a bunch of people were selling drugs and doing other illegal activity on this website. The federal government went after him. He wound up getting like a 20-year sentence in federal prison. He served 12 years already. The Libertarian Party really wanted this guy out of jail. Donald Trump, during the campaign trail, went to the Libertarians, asked for their endorsement. They decided to not go with Donald Trump, and they ran their own guy, Chase Oliver. But during Trump's pitch, he said he would consider pardoning Ross, right? So the vindictive side of me says, I would have let Ross sit there until the last day of my presidency as payback to the Libertarian Party for not doing the right thing when they could have cost Trump several of those swing states with the small margins that he won by, right? Like the Libertarians typically do. But at the end of the day, that was actually a good pardon because, he invented a website. People did illegal things on it. I wonder if people do illegal things on Facebook, the old Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Should those CEOs and inventors go to jail for 20 years, right? Or are they protected by Section 230, which is a hot topic in social media circles, right? So pardoning Ross, good thing. Libertarians, wake the hell up. Get on the winning team. You have a fake party.
So Ulbricht's crimes involved a narcotics and money laundering conspiracy. He was sentenced to life in prison, and Trump kept his word. He championed this guy's cause, trying to reach out to libertarians. This doesn't sound... I mean, we have people who commit murder, who get out of jail in their lifetime. And this guy was... Listen, I'm not going to downplay the crime. Drugs, money laundering, conspiracy, all bad stuff. Does it merit a life sentence? I wouldn't say so. I think libertarians jumped on this cause because of Ulbricht's early support for cryptocurrency, and libertarians love their crypto
because they're dumb. But okay.
Right. Prosecutors also said that Ulbricht solicited 6 murders for hire, including of a former employee. I don't believe he was convicted of attempted murder. I know that I know for sure the convictions had to do with narcotics and money laundering. But all that being said, we go back to the same place where we started this discussion, pal, with the unfettered power of the presidency to give these pardons. Now, you can certainly make a case that this was a bad one if you were a victim of what was going on here or something like that. I think that everyone who's a victim of a crime can take issue with a pardon that involves something along the lines of what happened to them. The thing of it is, presidents get to do what they want with this stuff, and we've seen 2 examples of it just talking about it on the show here.
Yeah,
and that's really the bottom line, right?
And I think you could fix the pardon system. It would take a constitutional amendment. That's probably never going to happen in our lifetime. And I don't even know if that would fix anything for the reasons I articulated earlier. But what you really have to do in the short term, and Trump is going to try his best to do it in the next couple of years, is to fix the DOJ, right? Joe Biden, in his pardoning statements, said himself that his own DOJ was politicized and was out of control. This is why he had to pardon his son. Okay, so if we don't reinstill faith in the justice system, then these pardons become a much bigger topic than they need to be, really.
I tend to agree with that, and I think that's where we got to leave it, folks. Sometimes in politics, there are no answers. And when it comes to the pardon system, there's always going to be people upset about it. There's always going to be people that are going to be very happy about it. And that's the political games that are played. That's really it. Folks, we're basically beyond halftime here. We got one more topic to discuss here. Just want to remind everybody who's watching, of course, please like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell wherever you are to make sure you don't miss any other shows. Whether you're watching on Rumble, on X, on YouTube, we're glad that you're here. Support us on those platforms as best as you can. Check out some merch at shop.buffoonoftheweek.com. Check out buffoonoftheweek.com for the latest news that we put out every day here on the channel. And we're going to move on to, I think this is just as emblematic of these times in this first week of Donald Trump's presidency as anything else going on, including the reemergence of Jim Acosta. Oh God, we got to deal with AOC again. AOC has been freaking out about Elon Musk lately. She has truly doubled and tripled down on statements against Elon Musk and this awkward gesture that it's the only way I can describe it, that he gave during the speech during the inauguration. It looked similar to what people could interpret as a salute by those bad people from WW2 that YouTube doesn't like us naming by name. And to me, and even to the Anti-Defamation League, pal, this all seems so much ado about nothing. But true to form, AOC is in full freakout mode. I just want to play this video to set the stage on just how much of a freak show AOC is lately. This is from her own social media, I believe. Let me make sure I got the right clip here.
Defining thing. Two of probably the most foundational defining things about people may be on today, but I still am not rocking with anyone sympathetic to Nazis. And I will do that until I am 6 feet in the ground. Like, kind of foundational to me as a human being. And so, if you're cool and want to defend the Sig Heils and the Nazi salutes, all the, whatever you want to do, that's on you. I'm on the opposite side of that. I'm not with the Nazis. How about that? I mean, but it's very important for us to assert these things, because in times like now, what people want is for all of us to just give up. They want all of us to just give up and say, America's gone to hell in a handbasket and we're done. And just let them do what they're going to do. No. If there are no good people left in the world, I want to be the last one. And that's the ethos every single one of us can take.
Good Lord, just get the nails and the crucifix ready for AOC, because she's ready to jump on it right now. Look, oh, what a bad still frame to end up on with this clip.
Leave that. That's perfect.
How unfortunate. By the way, for those of you who want to watch this on replay, look through the comments that were scrolling through on the live feed, I think it was Instagram, some of the comments are so based towards AOC that it cracked me up while I was editing this. So AOC she's ready to be the last good person on earth, pal.
First of all, I blame New York City. You created this monster and you unleashed it. And she, in large part, is the reason why the Democratic Party lost in November, lost both houses of Congress, and will likely struggle for the foreseeable future, because she is one of the few national names, one of the few Democrats you can name on the national scale stage, and she's batshit crazy, right? Listen to her. She is beyond dumb. She is crazy. Who did she say once upon a time that probably just wanted to date her? I forgot what that skin. Remember, somebody was making fun of her online.
Wasn't it Elon?
Was it Elon? That's what I was thinking.
I think it was Elon. I'm gonna look it up real quick while you're continuing your rant.
Yeah, so like I gotta go get on Twitter or something and tell X and tell Elon. I think she just wants to date you, dude. Let her know that you're not interested. She's basically stalking this guy, and the internet is great because I'm sure all of you that are watching or listening saw all these pictures and videos of lots of Democrats doing the Roman salute or whatever the heck it was, right? He was doing something. He said, "From my heart to yours." It was so absurd. That was not a Nazi salute. She's completely insane.
Yeah, it was Elon. And it was another interaction with AOC, pal, for sure.
So then what she's the one. She's obsessed with this
She's
guy.
spurned. She's spurned. She's a spurned lover.
Oh, I can't believe nobody's saying that right now. People need to jump on that.
You know, I'm sure they are. And if they're not, they're going to watch this video and they're going to see this right now. This is another type of buffoonery that I discuss in the book. I'm going to plug it one more time. Take a look. Shop.buffoonerweek.com. There's two levels to this sort of emotional triggering and hijack. There's the hot mess that we talk about, where a politician will use emotion to inflame their supporters to their side. There's certainly elements to this right now. And then there's the lunatic, as Galloway just said, the person that is so far gone that they are just triggered and hijacked by everything around them. Let us know in the comments whether you think that AOC is a hot mess or a lunatic. Gallo, which one would you pick? I'm leaning towards lunatic just based upon the frequency of these triggers and hijacks from AOC.
Bro, she's all of the above. I'm going to give some free political advice to the Democratic Party. They're not going to take it, so I'm going to give some free political advice. Hysterical women are destroying your party, right? The more you let women be hysterical, whether it's on a confirmation hearing for Pete Hegseth or AOC or Brett Kavanaugh getting onto the Supreme Court, the more you let your females who are hysterical expose themselves on the national stage, the more you're hurting your party. Take that if you will. They won't.
I agree with that. I want to continue on with this and show you guys. I mentioned the Anti-Defamation League. They're usually on the left side of things, I think, for the most part, right? Yet, they came out against AOC's hysterics about Elon Musk's salute here. This is from X as well. I'm going to take down the banner so everybody can see it. There we go. That's much better. Now, oh, did I lose it? Hang on, wrong window. Gene, it's the wrong window. God damn it. Okay, here we go. The ADL, and it may change here. This is a delicate moment regarding Elon Musk's gesture during the inauguration. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a bad person from World War II salute, but again, we appreciate that people are on, and it goes, here's the rest of it, are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. Those days are long gone, ADL. I'm sorry to tell you, it's been a decade of hysterics in politics. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work towards unity in the months and years to come. AOC would have none of that bullshit. Just to be clear, she says, you are defending a Heil leader of the people from WW2, salute, that was performed and repeated for emphasis and clarity. People can officially stop listening to you as any sort of reputable source of information now. You work for them. Thank you for making that crystal clear to all. You can hear the shrillness from AOC in this tweet, can't you?
It's unbelievable. She's, as far as I know, Latina or Latinx.
Yep, that's what she wants to be called.
From Westchester, masquerading as if she was from the Bronx, who her district is mostly in Queens. Not Jewish, but she's highly offended by something Elon Musk did. I don't get it, right? And the country doesn't get it. They called half of the country Nazis during the November election, and it didn't work. Keep going. Double down on it, please. Keep going.
Double down, triple down. Let people like Kirsten Gillibrand and Tammy Duckworth and other members,
Elizabeth Warren and the rest of them.
Elizabeth Warren. Oh, the Elizabeth Warren. We talked about that last week. That comeback from Hegseth about "I'm not a general" was phenomenal, by the way. Keep going down this road, please. It'll make it so much easier for the American people to get behind the Trump agenda going forward. Listen. I mean, AOC, much like Jim Acosta, reemerging in the public eye on the front lines of the resistance. That great descriptor of them that they use freely. They are the Rebel Alliance. But as we discussed previously in the video, they're really the evil empire in disguise. Don't fall for the act again, America. They're not for you. They're for them.
She's the leader of the party. That's it. They have no leader. Let's make it AOC.
I'm in. Do it. So, pal, I think that we got through a lot of stuff here. I can't believe it. I mean, we didn't get to the executive orders so much, but we got through a lot of information. I'm very proud of us. We did video clips, and we were able to kind of put it all together, and we did it on time after, issues with talking that clearly was your fault, and, me traveling, which is clearly your fault as well. So I think it's time to wrap this up with some final thoughts. Do you want me to go first? Or do you want you to go first?
I'll knock mine out real quick. So we didn't talk a lot about the executive orders, but my final thought is going to be on the executive orders, specifically one of them, the executive order on birthright citizenship. I think this one has legs, and I'm just going to briefly say why. I think it's going to make it all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's going to have to make a tough decision here. The Constitution, the 14th Amendment, doesn't say everyone born in the United States is a United States citizen. It says everyone born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So they qualified it. Now the question is, what does that mean? And if you look at some historical texts and some old Supreme Court precedent, it clearly, to me, doesn't mean if two illegal immigrants are here, or even one illegal immigrant is here and has a child on our soil, that child's automatically an American citizen and going to become an anchor baby and pull other people over. That's not what the clause of the 14th Amendment means. It didn't mean it then, and it doesn't mean it now. And just to wrap this in a bow, because there's going to be a lot more on this, I just want to mention it so we have it bookmarked, because it's going to come back. It's going to be a big case. I'm sure of it. Just imagine if we had a literal invasion, right? And a bunch of soldiers were here. And a bunch of soldiers were having sex with maybe against people's wills and having a bunch of babies in the state that they invaded. Would all those babies be American citizens? Does that make sense? Or if soldiers from another country were here invading us and having sex with each other and had babies, would their babies be American citizens? It doesn't make sense. When they wrote the 14th Amendment, that clause had a meaning, right? Now the Supreme Court needs to figure out exactly what it means in today's language, and let's have at it. Because I'm pretty sure Donald Trump, this executive order has some legs.
Well, time will tell. I know that there is going to be some litigation from that definitely coming down the pike this year from Democrats. So my final thought is a little longer than normal, because on the train ride back home to set the show up, I came across this story in the New York Post about Minnesota and Tim Walz. Now, if you remember during the campaign, everyone was talking about threats to democracy and defending democracy, and that was the platform of the Democrat Party. Well, check this out, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in between, from the New York Post. Minnesota Spice, sore loser Democrats thwart democracy again. Here's what's going on. This is an editorial that was written by, if I get the name here, John Hindenraker. I want to get down to the nuts and bolts of this story. It's really quite interesting. So, in Minnesota right now, after the election, after November's election, Republicans gained seats in the state house, and based upon the tally on election night, the legislature was split down the middle, 67 to 67. What happened was that a Republican challenged one election for one of these House seats, claiming that the candidate lied about his residency, living in a different district all the while running in another one. A judge heard the lawsuit and held that that Democrat cheated and enjoined him from taking a seat in the House. You know what that means now? 67-66 Republican in the state house in Minnesota. So what did the Democrats do? Did they go along with the law and recognize that they lost? Nope. Tim Walz, yes, the same guy that wanted to be vice president, scheduled a short-served special election. He wanted to do a special election at the end of January, around this time, around this week. He wanted to get a Democrat in through a special election that was improperly noticed. He went back to court again. The court found that that date was too soon, and it looks like it's going to be scheduled in March. In the meantime, Democrats, those defenders of democracy, are boycotting the state House of Representatives in Minnesota. So the Secretary of State, his name is Steve Simon, he produced an 8-page memo arguing that though the Republicans have a majority, they have 67 votes, a straight majority, that does not constitute a quorum for the state house to do business. So all the Democrats are running away. They held a fake swearing-in ceremony conducted by a retired judge, and they're not showing up to the state house to do any business. And the Secretary of State is saying, you don't have a quorum to do business. Meanwhile, while these Democrats are AWOL, they're still demanding to get paid for a job they're not doing. Now, the Republicans, for what it's worth, they're handling this in court, and surely that'll all come out in the wash. And they'll probably get a couple of months of governance out of this. But don't ever tell me again that Democrats are for democracy, are defending democracy. That's a load of bullshit as far as I'm concerned now. Illegal election results, boycotting yet still demanding to be paid, and coming up with BS about lack of quorum, even though there is a majority of Republicans, a majority of House members in the state House of Representatives ready to do business. Miss me with that nonsense, Democrats. You're not defenders of democracy. You're destroying democracy. And that, pal, is my final thought. Well, we missed that's Galloway talking about something in the chat. I thought we missed a whole bunch of stuff here. You know what? Fuck you. I don't care. You want to mess with me? You want to mess with me? Huh? You want to do something? Huh? Yeah, piece of crap. Yeah.
YouTube is so not heterosexual, man. I hate it.
I hear you. All right. Well, listen. Since you hate it so much, might as well get off of it, right? You got anything else to say? I know I took a long time with a final thought, but if you got something...
No, that was great. I mean, Tim Walz, hell of a guy. He could have been our vice president.
Imagine he was, and what kind of machinations would be going on right now?
Right, he's running a tight ship over there.
Yes, the George Floyd thing, defunding the police, his running from the National Guard, and now this.
Oh.
My God. All right, pal. I'm out of topics, and frankly, I'm almost out of voice here. You ready to shut this thing down?
Shut it down, Mean Gene.
All right, my friend. Guys, gals, everyone in between, wherever you're watching, YouTube, Rumble, X, thanks for tuning in to Behind Enemy Lines. I'm Gene. He's Ross. Check out buffoonoftheweek.com for the latest news coming from us. And we're shutting things down by playing our motherfucking anthem. Good night, folks. See you next week live.
We're not allowed, not without electoral.
Go fuck yourself. Is that clear?
Teeth don't let them have sway. Conservative battalions walking them out, marching through the streets while the buffoons all shout. Move in the shadows, flag on my chest, repping my clan, putting faith to the test. Cause love plays blues behind enemy lines, fighting for the truth, feels like wartime. Don't back down, keep it rocking and roll. Cool in the chaos, but loud in the roar. But loud in the roar. Thunder, I'm on advance. March to the anthem, this is our chance. If I ever stand with a smirk in a gaze, holding down the fort in this Democrat case.